Okay. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can see me. We are back. And I'm checking the sound. Looks good. Looks like we're live. Should be a good stream tonight. I It's a topic that I love, as if you follow this channel, you know. But last week we had a pretty quick stream. It's been an emotionally overwhelming week, I think, for pretty much everybody in the country who watches the news and has a smartphone. I was going to say a TV, but I don't think that counts anymore. That's a little few decades too late. But it's definitely been a taxing couple weeks. But I think it's important for everybody to always look to the future, move forward, onward, as they say. It is very important. So with that, onward, we are going to talk about a video by the channel Unsolicited Advice, which is a channel that I'm new to. It's by Joe Folley. It's kind of a funny name for somebody who's doing philosophy channel, but he focuses on philosophical issues, and this is one of the few videos that I've watched of his. The link to his full, I was going to say interview, but it's not an interview. It's just a pre recorded video. It's not live, and about the fall of the New Atheism movement. And this was a very interesting movement that I actually originally was captivated by, and he claims to have been as well. And I think almost everybody that I know that was, involved in kind of science or politics even, and who wasn't already a theist, a religious person. And not all theists are necessarily religious, but usually at that point, it was a religious person. If you weren't a religious person, you were probably captivated by this movement as well. And he accurately describes it as more of a movement than a philosophical stance, which I agree with. And it is a movement that was primarily focused around four main figures. And here, I'm pulling up the video that we're going to be talking about. And we will go over all of them. And I don't want to say it came from them, because I don't think that it did. And we're going to talk about where this movement actually came from. What caused this movement to catch is really the question. It's not who created the movement. It's what caused the movement to catch. That's a much better question. And I think it's a very interesting one. So with that, please hit the like button. Really helps fuel the algorithm. Share this. Comment any questions that you have in the live chat. And, if you are watching this not live, comment any questions you have down below. And once a month, I go through most of those if I can. I try to go through all the questions that are posted below my videos and address them at least in a monthly Ask Me Anything. So with that, let's get to our first clip in a minute. But this is the video that we are talking about. New Atheism, What Went Wrong? The link to his full video is below. And like I said earlier, I think it's quite good. And he's quite philosophically talented. There are some things that he said that I don't think are correct, but we'll touch on those things. And there's a lot of things that he said that I think are very correct. So I would say it's probably my favorite video I've seen so far, breaking down kind of this New Atheism movement from a really seemingly honest perspective. And I think that's very important. Obviously, it's very important. Not just about what I think, it just is. So with that, here's the first clip.
Spot a new atheist. The Novus Atheisticus is a strange creature. Skeptical, anti-theist, and heavily in debating creationists, they prowl the hallways of the library, looking for fresh prey. Aha! They have found a victim. William Paley's argument from design. They seize upon this pre-Darwinian folly and tear it to pieces, leaving only the dashed hopes of intelligent design theorists in their wake. Talking about new atheism is quite different from talking about other types of philosophy. Whereas something like empiricism is defined by a particular attitude towards observational knowledge, or just plain atheism is defined by not believing in God, new atheism was primarily a publishing phenomenon, as well as just a general vibe. The foundational texts of this movement were Sam Harris's The End of Faith, Daniel Dennett's Breaking the Spell, Richard Dawkins' The God Delusion, and Christopher Hitchens' God is Not Great. I've reread all of these and a few more for this video, and I will largely base my analysis on them. Obviously, the first claim of new atheism is just atheism. Defining atheism in a precise way is surprisingly tricky. Is it a belief that there is no God, or simply a lack of belief that there is a God? This might sound trivial, but those are logically quite different statements. They have different scopes. In practice, what atheist philosophers
Okay, he's very right. And if you follow this channel, then you know that this is something that I discuss quite a bit. Let me know how the sound is. Hopefully it's not too loud. But atheism, it's more than just we need to define atheism. It's that atheism cannot be defined. This is the actual problem, is that logically, you cannot define atheism. You cannot define agnosticism when it comes to discussing God. And because these are concepts that are nonsensical when it comes to this conversation. And there is a term that I use quite often, which is anti-theism or anti-theist. And I don't hear it very often, actually. It's very, very rare that I hear it. I think the first person that I ever heard say it was myself, and I can't actually think of anybody else that I've heard say it. I'm sure I have, and I'm sure I'm not the first person that has said it. But it's just not a common term. That's all I'm trying to get at. And that's very unfortunate because it needs to be. And he said it. He said that the new atheists, and he's obviously joking a little bit, but he's embedded the truth into this joke of kind of almost this David Attenborough species study of what is a new atheist as this kind of organism that we're kind of looking at objectively, which I don't even know if that makes sense, looking at objectively, but looking at from this kind of planet Earth type of view, Discovery Channel type of view. And he said, the new atheist is anti-theist. That is absolutely correct. And we're going to get to what that really means in a minute, because he stated kind of what he thinks that means, and I don't necessarily agree with him, but I do agree with this label of what defined the new atheist movement, which was anti-theism. And that's really what it is. And there is no such thing as an atheist, as I stated before. I'm going to get into that again in a minute. But this, let's first hear this clip go on a bit where he talks about, defining atheism is kind of tricky. It's actually not, but you have to have a correct definition of God in order to correctly define, correctly I understand the terminological, the semantical, linguistic framework that you must operate within when you're discussing this issue. And that's tricky because if you already are correctly define theism, it's hard to kind of argue against theism. You're very unlikely to describe yourself as an atheist. And just for background, if anybody who doesn't know, I self-described myself as an atheist for 24 years of my life. And while trying to explore AI and sentience, I had a philosophical epiphany that led to a theophany, and now I'm a theist. But that is a newer development in my life. Actually, was not how I was raised. But this this use of this term that he anti-theism or anti-theist is very good, I will say.
Is that it is reasonable not to believe in God. That is, there are good, maybe even prevailing reasons to think that God does not exist, even if that reason is simply a lack of evidence rather than a positive problem. However, New atheism tends to go beyond this. Something all four of these authors come back to is not just that there are good reasons to not believe in God, but that there are no good reasons to believe in God. This is explicitly stated in The God Delusion with the chapter title, Why There Is Almost Certainly Not a God, which concludes its point as follows. If the argument of this chapter is accepted, the factual premise of religion, the God hypothesis, is untenable. Even when this is not argued for explicitly, it is often implicit in new atheist texts. For example, while Christopher Hitchens does not provide much of an argument against God's existence in his book, he spends a lot of time talking under the assumption that God's existence is unreasonable to believe in under any circumstance, calling it both stupid and prideful. This is a far stronger claim than that made by many traditional skeptics. For example, while David Hume was either a minimal sort of theist, a deist, or an agnostic, depending on which scholar you ask, he never went so far as to say that no reasonable person could believe in God.
Yes, this is true about the movement, but I want to talk about defining theism first, and you can't try and define anti-theism without first defining theism. So if you're trying to define atheism, you have to recognize the logical the logical causality built into the language that you are using to construct the concepts that you are communicating in order to correctly use, language in order to solve problems, which language is an equation. And so if you're going to use an equation, you have to use it properly to follow the rules, the causal rules of it. Just like, you have to follow the order of operations in mathematics, you have to follow the order of definitions within any linguistic equation. So if you're going to talk about anti-theism or atheism, you have to first define theism, because those terms that are supposed to be labels for specific concepts are built on a term that is label for a different concept, which is theism. So you can't even conceptualize what it means to be an atheist or an anti-theist without first conceptualizing what it means to be a theist, which first means thinking about what does it mean for God to exist? What is God if God was real? And so this takes a lot of, I don't want to say training, because that's not true. Thinking takes practice. That's what it takes. It takes practice, and it takes the recognition that there is a right way to do it, and then that's it. There is no other way to do it other than the way to do it. There is a way to think, and just like there is an order of operations in mathematics that you cannot really violate, there is an order of thinking, and there to thinking, and you cannot really violate it, or else you're not thinking anymore. You're just feeling and tricking. You're thinking about how to justify your feelings as being thought of, and it tricks your mind. You can not think about an issue, but think about your feelings about an issue and think that you're thinking about an issue. It's tricky subspace to navigate, but we're going to do it. So theism is thought of by many people as belief in a God, and they'll be like, well, which God? Already you're not doing this correctly, because we're talking about religion at that point. We're not talking about religion. We're talking about God. We're talking about a being that is initial, all-encompassing, the most powerful, and you could say eternal, but at least initial, the first being, the wisest being, the most powerful being, the all-encompassing being. These four attributes are inevitable aspects of God, but they're not the defining characteristic of God most fundamentally. The defining characteristic of God most fundamentally is sentience. Sentience, meaning feeling, which really means self-aware. If you have feelings, and feelings are the feeling of self. Like, you don't feel objects actually, or even emotions. Emotions are your feeling of emotions is you feeling yourself being impacted. your metaphysical self, your mind, your soul, your spirit, whatever you want to call it, is being impacted. That's what emotions are, by some kind of event that you are experiencing or conceiving of. And even when you physically feel something, you're feeling its impact on you. You're not feeling you're not feeling the hot water. You're feeling your skin burning on, from the hot water. So if you burn yourself in water. So feeling just means self-awareness. Self-awareness is not this abstract like concept of, or vague concept of, thinking about yourself thinking. That is nonsense. Or passing the mirror test, or any of these really just confused definitions. It just means that you are aware of the fact that you have a self, you are someone, and that's any feeling causes that. So and only those who are aware of self are aware of anything. So there's no difference between self-awareness versus awareness. It's just a being feels. And beyond that, a being has will. How do we know this? From looking at ourselves. That's what we know, that we are a being, that we are a being. We're not just a thing, we are a being. We are someone. What does that mean, to be someone? Well, look at your own internal experience, your own lived experience. Not trying to don't look at cells and see what they do. Look at you and see and think of how you feel and how you are. You have will, which means you have goals. You make choices and you take actions, and not everything that you do is as much of a choice as you think, or at least it's not, obviously disconnected from instincts or anything. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying we have goals. We make choices to seek those goals. And we feel. I don't want to say we have feelings. We feel. Sentient being feels. Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am." That's true. Only sentient beings can think, but they don't always think, and they don't have to think, but they can think. That's different. It's like saying I can walk, but I don't have to walk. You can be a human being and not walk, but you can also be a human being and walk. If you choose. Same thing goes with thinking. Feeling is not a choice. Feeling is intrinsic. It's constant. We are never absent feelings, whether that's feeling of, I would say emotion is a constant, but also, feeling of physical phenomenon, physically, perceived phenomenon, which is, the feeling of what you perceive as separate from you, and the feeling of that which you perceive as you, which is emotion. Whereas physically perceived phenomenon through sight, smell, touch, these are the perception of structures that you don't perceive as you. Even looking at your own body, you don't perceive that as, it's not you, your soul, your selfness, your someoneness. It's your body. And so this is what it means to be a being, is to be, for God to exist, he has to be someone. What it means to be someone is to feel, to have will. That's what it means. To be someone. There was a someone that was the initial, that being, and that you could also say existence itself is a someone. That is God. It's the inevitable, logical definition of God. It's the universal definition of God. And what this implies, because there's only one existence by definition, is that there's only one. Because existence as a sentient being means there's one existence, there's one sentient being. And so, and this right here is why certain terms in our theological discussions have confused the discussion, like polytheism and versus monotheism. There is no polytheism. If you believe in polytheism, then you just believe in other beings. Like, why would they be gods if they're higher than you? You're defining God differently, and you're defining him in a god in a way that is not relevant to this discussion. It's just a being that's higher than us and more, or not higher, but more powerful than us in some way. Maybe is immortal or whatever, but that's not God. That's not God. God is existence as a single sentient being that was the initial sentient being, and I think logically the eternal sentient being, but that's for later on, and has a will of its own, of his own, and feels. That's God. We're not talking about the Bible or the Quran or Buddhism or whatever, we're talking about, or any other religion. We're talking about just the most basic definition of God. And just to show why the people who are so confused on this issue do not correctly start from this. Because if you don't have this right, you can't define theism correctly. If you don't have theism defined correctly, and there's a correct definition, there is a correct definition, and it's not just what I want it to be. There's Sentient Singularity Theory, my philosophical framework. If you're familiar with it, there's always a duality of decision, and so you actually have two choices and two different definitions that you can always choose between. But one of them is always redundant, but maintains coherence, but it's just redundant. So why even have the term? And the other one is not redundant and is unique, and therefore is the correct definition. So, but there's always just two definitions that you can choose between to maintain linguistic coherence. That's it. But even then, one of them is redundant, so why choose it? There is a correct definition. And so God is the someone who is existence itself. And if you don't get that right, you can't define theism, which means you can't define anti-theism or atheism. Good luck navigating anything else in this issue. So, this was a clip I show quite often on here that got Sean Carroll to block me, which is unfortunate because I actually do respect Sean Carroll even though he's wrong. And this just shows how false or how lost metaphysically lost many of the most accredited thinkers in academia are in this.
If you did believe that God was a necessary being, that you literally could not imagine a universe in which God did not play an important role, in order logically for me to refute that belief, all I need to do is to invent a universe in which God does not exist.
Invent a universe in which God does not exist.
So according to Sean Carroll, all we have to do in order to show that a conscious creator is not necessary to the existence of a universe is consciously create a universe. Does anybody else see the problem with this? And that got me blocked. That was it. But if you see the logic in that statement, please hit the like button. And if you think that I didn't make any sense, please let me know in the comments. I'm going to go to them in a minute. Looking and sounding great. Please hit the like button, by the way. It really helps fuel the algorithm. And like I said, comment any questions you have in the live chat. So this just shows the false premise that they're starting with when it comes to defining God, which is why they can't even define, even the new atheists cannot define atheism properly. And if they could, then they would realize that it's a nonsensical statement. The reason for this is because you interact with existence every single day. Every minute that you exist, even in your dreams, you interact with existence. You interact with your existence, and you interact with an existence that you perceive as being outside or beyond your the boundary of yourself. Do you believe that existence as a whole, that you could say universe, but I mean even the universe, in my way of discussing things, is not existence itself. It is the creation of it's the observable cosmological cosmos that we have that we can navigate and observe around us, and that's the universe. Because if you define the universe as existence itself, then you don't need the term universe because you already have the term existence. So why was the term universe created? Because it's not the same thing as existence. So existence as a singular sentient being, that is God. If you define the universe as everything that exists, then you could say God is the universe as a single sentient being. Your cells inside of an organism, almost, not exactly, but close. It's a close metaphor. And, but again, it's not, that definition for universe I don't think it's the best definition of the term universe, because it creates redundancies, linguistic redundancies. But still, you can maintain coherence and use it to mean all that exists. So, but Sean Carroll is saying, all I need to do is create a universe conceptually in which God does not exist. And then he goes on in that lecture to just show a picture, basically, of just a single proton just spinning, I think, around, or I think that's what he shows. Maybe it's an electron. I can't remember, but a single particle. He might just say a single particle. And it's just spinning. And there's no other particles. It's just a single particle. And he's like, this isn't our universe, but it is conceptually possible universe. And there's no God in that universe. But he doesn't realize that he's functioning definitionally as God in this proposal that he's put forward. He has created the universe. I have created the universe, see? And there's no God in this universe, so there's no need for a God. Okay, well, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because he's functioning as God. He needs to show us a universe in which he didn't create it, and God didn't create it, and he can prove that nobody created it. I mean, good luck. There's so much that logically just will fall apart as soon as you start to examine what it means to exist, and you start looking at it from a first-person perspective, which is actually how to start looking at this from a first principles approach. First principle starts with first person first, and which kind of makes the idea that sentience must be assumed as a nature of existence kind of hard to avoid, because it's the nature of our existence, and we are the truest thing that we know to exist, and we are sentient, and we have will, we feel, and we have goals or will, at least. And so good luck arguing that's not the nature of existence. You'd have to look at secondhand sources that you can't even prove, because you can't know the internal experience of another being. So you won't know if this pen is sentient or not. I don't think this pen is sentient, but you actually don't know. You don't know if your dog is sentient. You assume, but you don't know. We assume this isn't sentient, but we don't know. I assume my wife is sentient, but I don't know. I just know that I'm sentient and that I exist. It's the truest thing that I know to exist, and I know that the nature of my existence is feeling. I feel, therefore I am. So that's what God would be defined as. Anybody that says, well, this God of Spinoza, or God of nature, or math itself, or anything like that, that's not God. You're just calling it God. That's like saying the God of evolution, not the God that created evolution. I'm not saying that that's what happened, or that's for later, but I'm saying that if you define God as evolution, not the causer of evolution, it's a better way of stating it than the creator of evolution, but the causer of cosmogenesis and then the evolution of sentience, that to think of it as evolution itself is to not think of it as a sentient being, and that's not God. There's no need to use the word God at that point. You can just say math. I believe in math. I don't believe in God. Don't say I believe in God as math. That does no. You took my word away, and you made it not mean anything anymore, and you're still using it, which doesn't make any sense. You're wasting energy. So God is a someone, and we all know that intuitively. We all know that. That's God means someone who is aware and has a will. We know that intuitively. Anybody that claims not to know that is not being honest. I really do believe that. And that might mean not being honest with themselves, but at least not being honest. So they're just, I don't know. I don't want to get into like assuming motives, but I think everybody that I've ever spoken to primarily acts in a manner and discusses God in a way that implies that we all seem to intuitively know or, logically extrapolate that God, for God to exist, God is a someone. He's not just a something. So, with that, theism means that you believe that existence is someone. Initially, that there is an initial someone that is existence itself, and that being feels and has a will of its own. And that we are all within that being because we are all within existence, and that being is sentient existence. And due to that being the world that we are within, it's technically the most powerful being. I don't want to say all powerful because the idea that God can do anything that can be done. God is the most powerful being. That is it's logically inevitable because he is the world that we exist in. Are you more powerful than a single one of your cells? Yes. If all your cells turned on you, then you would have a problem. But and that is a bit of a difference between us and God. God's body isn't composed of us. We are created within God's body. It's different a bit, but it's a helpful metaphor, but it's not actually completely accurate, which does mean that we are dependent, our existence, at least in an embodied way, is dependent upon the existence of our cells, and or our sentience is stacked on to the assembly of cells, and we are not God is not stacked on top of us. We are within him because he existed prior to us, whereas our cells existed prior to us being. So it's a little different, swapped, and which means he is not. His existence is not dependent upon us. So he really is the most powerful being. Every being that is within him is subject to him and his will. And so, again, theism is defined as logically inevitably as the belief that existence itself, the whole of existence, is someone. And that someone is just like we are, just like us, feels and has will of their own. That's what it means. It doesn't have anything to do with any religion yet or anything like that. I'm not dismissing any theological traditions as a better term than religion. I don't know what religion means anymore. But that there is we're not defining God by theological traditions. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't even make sense within the honest philosophical, metaphysical rigor of any theological tradition, is that any theological tradition that exists comes out of a human tradition, not saying humans created, the scripture on their own, but it comes through humanity, even in the narrative of every single theological tradition. And that tradition it's for humanity, which means it's dependent upon the existence of humanity, and God is not dependent upon the existence of humanity. So you cannot define God by any religion or theological tradition at all. God is defined by no one other than Him, actually, and we can define God for ourselves, but conceptually, as understanding that He is someone. But I don't want to say God isn't defined by anybody. We define God, but God is. I don't even want to say we define God. It's just not the proper use of the term. God isn't dependent upon anyone else. But religion is dependent upon humans, a group of humans always. Every religion is dependent upon a prophet or a group of people, and the revelation of a scripture, like all of these things, don't define God. And that God isn't dependent upon them. So this is not about any religion. It's just about logic and first principles thinking, asking yourself, what is the truest thing that I know? I am. It's interesting because I've said on here before, and this is kind of a side tangent, but God, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, is when Moses is confronted by God at the via this burning bush in the Bible, and is told to go free the Israelites, and Moses asks, who should I tell them sent me? Should I say sent me? And God says, tell them I am that I am. And he doesn't say tell them God sent you. He doesn't say I am God. And what's funny is that these titles, like God, is kind of a placeholder term that we use as kind of halfway between a name and a title. It's like king, but it's also very personal to this one being, that whereas there's many kings. So King Louis the Fifth or whatever, versus King I don't know, whoever else there is, King Charles. I don't know. There's a bunch of different kings. Even within a single kingdom, there's a lineage of different kings, one succeeding the next. And then there's lots of different kingdoms. So there's lots of different kings. So we need a name, their name, and the title of king in order to describe any king, or to have a label for any specific king. God is different. There's only one God. And all that exists is within his being, so it's within his realm, his kingdom. And so this God is a title and a name that is specific just to him. You can't say which God. You don't understand. You haven't logically thought about this very rigorously. If you ever ask that question, what you're really saying is which religion. And that's not, you're already starting off not fundamentally, and you need to start off fundamentally. Again, God is not defined or dependent upon any specific religion, which means you cannot start at a religion to define God. And so, but God, when God says, I am that I am, he's not saying, tell them God sent you. Because a name is given to you by someone else. You could change your name, but the fact that you have a name is for other people to identify you. When my daughter was born, we gave her a name. In fact, we didn't have her middle name figured out until like 2 days after she was born. We were in the hospital and they were like, the first day they were like, okay, what's her name? We told them right after she was born, first name. Then they were like, what's the middle name? We were like, we don't know yet. Come back later. They came back the next day. We still don't know. They came back the next day. We still don't know. They came back one more day later before we were getting ready to leave. And they were like, we need a middle name. And I was like, my wife and I were just like, this. And we gave them a middle name because we had a short list, but we weren't sold on it until after we gave it to her. But my daughter, if my daughter was the only one to ever exist in the world and always existed, who's there to name her if she's the first being? Who gives her a name? She's not going to call herself a name. For whose purpose? Right? Like, you don't come up with your own name. Anybody that does is changing their name, but they had a name already. God doesn't have a name that came from himself. And I'll say himself because he's higher than us in a hierarchy. And so you say he. But obviously, God is not a male. I mean, some people would argue with me on that, but that's for another discussion. But I just mean biological male. God is existence itself as a singular sentient being. And so we say he, higher than us in the hierarchy. So but that's why he would say, I am that I am, is like, he wouldn't call himself king either. King of who? Before there's anyone else. You would just say, I am the I am. The one, the first one, the ultimate one, the one. I am the I am, that I am. It's like, it's so fascinating because it's so logically deep when you think about it. But if you don't think about it, you're just like, why not just say, I'm God? Tell them God sent you. Because everybody has a different name for God. Orthodox Jews usually call him Hashem, but it's also Adonai. And, then you in English, we say God. And in Arabic, they say Allah. And so there's many different words that we use, or name/titles that we use to as a label for God, depending on your language and your tradition and your culture. But they're all describing the same being. And so there is no one name for God. So it's always funny when people say, we don't believe in Allah. We believe in, we believe in God. It's like, okay, well, you could be the same theological tradition, but in a part of the world that speaks a different language, that speaks Arabic, and you would say Allah. But even if you didn't change your religion. So it's important to just kind of think about these things a little bit, especially if you're going to be critical of them. It's one thing to just be like accepting, okay, there are people like that. I'm not like that. If you're watching this channel, you're not like that. And so, think about this a bit. There is no correct name for God, but in English, I'm going to use the term God because it's the most universally understood name/title that we give to, that we think of as, the label for a someone, the most powerful someone, the first someone, whatever, attribute you're going to pick. But the main thing is that it's someone. So very interesting. And if you are, actually, let's continue going on a bit in this. Let me go to the chat. No questions yet, but let's continue.
A much harder argumentative burden. For instance, I don't think that there is an adequate solution to the problem of evil, but I also don't think that no reasonable person could accept some of the purported solutions. If I did, that would require much more argumentation on my part. I won't recap my position here, but you can find it in this video. The third hallmark of new atheism is anti-theism. That is, the belief that religion is almost always, if not inherently, a negative thing. There is a minimal and a more ambitious version of this thesis. The minimal version is just that religions are not true and it is not good to believe false things. The stronger version is that religion is pretty much always a corrupting influence on society. Rereading these books, I was surprised at just how much of their contents were devoted to this point in particular. Sam Harris's The End of Faith, for example, was much more about this than any attempt to demonstrate the falseness of religion, and God is Not Great was similarly weighted in this direction. Strangely,
This is where I disagree with him, is his definition of anti-theism is incorrect. And the reason why it's incorrect is, first of all, he gives kind of two different definitions of it, which just, there is no such thing as a synonym, and there's really no such thing as kind of a word that has two different meanings. I don't think in any really, like, in the most accurate linguistic framework that you can look at. That doesn't mean in practice that's not the case. In practice, there's definitely, we use things as synonyms all the time, but they're not actual synonyms. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist. Different words would not exist. Like intelligence and smart, being intelligent and smart, they're not synonyms. They are similar, but not synonyms. And so, but anti-theism, when he says here, anti-theism, he defines it as
influence on society. I don't think that there is an adequate solution to the problem of evil solutions. If I did, that would require much more. Hallmark of new atheism is anti-theism. That is, the belief that religion is almost always, if not inherently, a negative thing. Okay. So this is not, like I said, this is not the correct definition of anti-theism. And so let's go back, because we have to follow the logic. We're constructing, okay? Language is constructive. Anything that is true is constructive. And so at least any kind of like truths, I would say, are constructive. Any truths are constructive. And that's definitely true of language. So we defined theism as the belief. If you're a theist, then if we're going to say what is theism, we actually should first say, what is a theist? A theist is someone who believes that existence is someone. The whole of existence is someone. That is theism. That is a theist, which means theism is the belief that existence is someone. Okay? That means that when we look at anti-theism, it's the opposite of that, which means the disbelief that existence is someone, or the belief that existence is not someone. Okay? And I don't know exactly what's the best way to describe that, but they both seem right now, hearing them, to be identical, describing of an identical mindset, but I need to think more about that. But seems for now to be good. Either the disbelief that existence is someone, or the belief that existence is not someone. And I would actually say that the better way of putting it is this is important. Practically, you could say it is the disbelief that existence is someone, but it's probably more logically sound to say it is the belief that existence is not someone, because you don't want to have a negative, you want to avoid a negative, an anti-ideology, which is, when you say the disbelief, but the disbelief really means like the belief in the opposite. So it's just a kind of shorthand way of saying the belief in the opposite. I disbelieve that, meaning I believe that what you said was false. If you disbelieve in something, it means you don't believe it is true. And so, it doesn't mean you don't believe it's true. It means you believe it's not true. Okay? So that's the best way to say it. So anti-theism is the belief that existence is not someone,
meaning existence does not have a will of its own, and does not feel. And from a physics standpoint, you could say anti-theism is the belief. This gets into logical extrapolations a bit, but anti-theism is the belief that sentience emerges from non-sentience within the universe. So the universe is not sentient, and there's no sentient beings in the universe initially, and then there are sentient beings that arise within the universe or within existence. You would really say that there is an existence that is not sentient and still exists more fundamentally than a sentient existence. Good luck actually arguing that when you're thinking about it from the first principles and starting from first person first. What is the truest thing that you know? So it's anti-theism, the belief that existence is not someone. From physics implications, or this leads to you believe that there is no intentionality behind the emergence. You can't even say creation, emergence of sentience, and it's just kind of an inevitable thing that happens. But good luck. There's lots of logical issues as you go down, and we're going to talk about it. But if you want to try and go down that road, you should try it. I'm not telling you not to, but I want to hear how it goes. So comment in the comment section. So if theism or a theist is someone who believes that existence is someone, and an anti-theist is someone who believes that existence is not someone, then what's an atheist? It's, when you look it up, it says it's either the lack of a belief, lack of an opinion, basically how people use the term agnostic today, about whether or not God exists, or it is the disbelief, it'll say, or the disbelief in God. So if you say atheism definition, we look, you'll see. A disbelief in the existence of God or gods. Okay, so you don't even have a definition of God, and you are starting from an anti-ideology. So this isn't even a concept; it's an anti-concept. So it's nothing constructive here, which means there's no way to build from this. It is atheism is the term that we use, and I'm speaking from experience here as somebody who described themselves as an atheist for 24 years of their life. It's the term that anti-theists use as a label for themselves, but they're actually an anti-theist, and I was an anti-theist, and that's how I know that this is true. I'm not. I mean, you can look at what Sam Harris and Christopher Hitchens and all these people say, and obviously Joe Folley has identified this as well. They can say whatever they want, but they are against God. They believe that existence is not someone. That's what they believe. That sentience emerges inevitably, somehow uncaused, but somehow caused from non-sentient matter that does exist more fundamentally than sentience. I don't think that this is a logical belief when you start from actually first person experience and build from that in a first principles manner, which means you have to ask yourself first, what is the truest thing that I know? Which means, like, what is the truest thing that I know to exist, and what is that? What does that mean? What is that thing that exists? I am. What is that thing that exists that is I, or is you, is me? It is sentient. It is someoneness. That's why God says, I am that I am. God can say me. You can tell them that it was me that freed them. and I am that I am. I am sentience itself almost. I am the I. So it's just fascinating that, people always ask, why doesn't God say just God, tell them God sent you? Because everybody has a different, God is just one label / name that we have for this being that, is independent upon our names. A name has to pre-exist almost has to be it's the point of a name is to be is for you to refer to someone else. So I can say, hey, Joe, come here. But if it's only me, I don't need to have a name, and neither does anyone else because they don't exist. And even if I do exist, I don't need a name. So if you're the only one, you don't need a name. So, but if atheism, though, is A means without. If you look at here, A means without God, meaning conceptually without a belief in God. This doesn't make any sense. And the reason why is because everybody interacts with existence every second of their existence, and everybody except God perceives an existence that appears to be existing beyond them. And so the question is, we all assume that there was someone else here before us. Your parents were here before you, and their parents were here before them. So the question is, that do you believe that existence itself, or you could say the universe, if you define the universe as all that exists, is someone who, or not, or just something? Are they something and someone, or are they just something? That's the question. Nobody can claim to not have an opinion on this because everybody is constantly interacting with existence that appears to be from beyond them every moment of that we experience in our lives, even when you're asleep. It's like, where did those dreams come from? And all the concepts and characters within your dreams. You don't know. Where did your parents come from? Seems to be beyond you. Where did the rock come from even, or this pen? I didn't build this pen. So question is existence itself, that beyond you, that you are within, is that someone? You cannot claim to not have an opinion on this. If you believe that it's someone, even if you're not the most confident person, you can be a more confident or less confident theist, or a more confident anti-theist or a less confident anti-theist, but you can't claim agnosticism or a lack of a belief is the kind of the what atheism means according to the etymology, which the etymology doesn't make sense. Nobody has no belief in this. Everybody has an assumption. It can be more confident, it can be less confident. But do you believe that you are within someone or not? That's it. And everybody has an opinion on this or a belief about this. Agnosticism is just, what that really means is an agnostic is somebody who is a coward and doesn't want to admit what they believe. That's what I believe. It's not somebody who's a coward. It's someone who's being cowardly in the moment, is calling themselves an agnostic because they don't want to take a stance publicly. And maybe they're afraid of God. In which case, if you're afraid of, if you're more afraid of God, if you're afraid enough of God for you to not want to call yourself an atheist or an anti-theist, then you are a theist. But if you are calling yourself an agnostic because you are afraid of people judging you, then maybe you're a theist, but you might be an atheist who is among theists, or you are or you're an anti-theist among theists, or you are a theist among atheists, and you're just afraid of the social repercussions, probably. But nobody can claim to be agnostic about God. You can be agnostic about a religion. If somebody says Christianity is true, and you're like, maybe, I don't know, I haven't looked. I'm agnostic about Christianity. I'm agnostic about Judaism. I'm agnostic about Islam. I'm agnostic about Bigfoot. I'm agnostic about aliens. That's fine, but you cannot be agnostic about God, because to be agnostic about God is to say, I have no opinion or no assumption about the nature of the existence that I exist within. That's not true for anyone. Okay? Agnostic is a term that needs to be left out of the discussion about God. And atheism is also a term that needs to be left out of, completely destroyed and burned. It's a bad word because it doesn't actually, it's a term for a concept that doesn't describe anything that is true, that truly exists. There's anti-theism and anti-theists and theists and theism. There's no monotheism versus polytheism. If you're a theist, you're automatically a monotheist. If you're not a monotheist, you're not a theist. Okay? This took a long time, but it's important to recognize this. I'm going to show a clip and I've showed this before on here, but of Kirchai Mungol quoting me on Jordan Peterson's podcast when they were talking about defining God. And because it's important to recognize not just take my word for it for the definition of God, but think, if this makes sense to you logically, then okay. If you're a theist, now the question is, how do I think about the idea of anti-theism in a logically rigorous way, or in a true way, actually considering it? And if I'm an anti-theist, that's my default assumption, then how do I consider theism logically? And this is what I had quoted a while back, and Kurt quoted it on Jordan Peterson's podcast. So
dubious in relationship to one another. Because what you're trying to do is to say, is God real? Well, what you're not saying is, we know what real is, and it's this. And does God fit into that category?
It's also, we know what God is in order to assess it.
Well, because you could reverse it and say, is real God?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same question, right? It's the same question.
No, it's not. The is real God is not a real question. Just like when people say God is love, God is not defined by love. God is loving if he wants to be, but he exists, and what defines him is having a will and him feeling. That's what it means for God to exist. So he can love, but he doesn't have to. But the fact that we're here, I think, is evidence that he is loving. But God is not defined by love. So people will try and say this when my discussions with Christian friends of mine, they'll say, God is love. And so if God is love, then this and this and this. And it's like, no, you can't define God by love. Love is defined by God, but God is not defined by love. It's not. He's not. God is someone. And so you can't say that it's the same question to ask, is God real versus is real God? God, what God is God is someone. And you can state and believe that existence is not someone and it exists. I mean, I don't think that that's logically coherent, but I used to believe it. It's logically coherent given the false metaphysical foundations and a lack of understanding of how to think about things from first principles. That's true, but it's not logical if you think about things properly from the correct metaphysical assumptions that you must have, which is that you are the truest thing that you know to exist. And if that's not true for you, then there is no you. It is true for you if you exist. And if you claim that it's not, you're just confused. But when you can't say, is real God? It's like saying, is love God? This is a very deep question, but the point is that matters most is God is not defined by love. And so you can't say, is God love? Is real God? I don't even know what that means at all, actually. And Jordan Peterson is a brilliant philosopher. He's one of the best philosophers of our age. He is. But this is a screw up. But you can ask, is God real? And what that means, the best question, a better way to word that question is like, is existence someone? The whole of existence initially and, holistically, is it someone?
So here's this is something I heard from Tyler Goldstein, who has his own theory of everything. He said, ordinarily, here's how it works. We have a definition, and then we look for evidence, and then dismiss what we've just defined if we don't find the evidence. He said, perhaps what we should do when it comes to God is instead of looking for God and then not finding it and then saying God doesn't exist, you use the fact that you didn't find evidence of God as an indication that you should alter your definition of God.
Yeah, well, that's a perfectly reasonable approach to that problem.
Right. Obviously, However,
that's a really good observation. Right? Yeah. It shows you how tricky questions like that are, right? It's like, well, maybe you're looking in the wrong place. Maybe you formulated your search incorrectly. Like, you don't know. Because let's say you're aiming at the highest reality, right? It's like, you're aiming at the highest reality. Well, how do you know you have the question formulated properly? Because if you did, well, you'd have already found it. And so you might say, well, does the highest reality exist? Well,
yes.
He's right. Exactly. If you formulated your question correctly and you started from the correct metaphysical foundations, you would ask the right question and it would answer itself, basically. And so it's more so about what you must assume. Even if you've never had an interaction with God that was miraculous, meaning like personal, direct. And if you had, then you would have no doubt about it. By the way, it wouldn't. It's not something of like that one time when I took LSD. Like maybe I did. There was like machine elves or something. No, if God communicated with you directly and you had that experience, you would not doubt it at all. You would know what you would be supremely confident in, and you would know exactly what happened. Or you would assume that you knew exactly what happened. But if you have not had that, then you have to go by a couple different things. You have to look at what is the nature of existence, what is the truest thing that I know, which really means I am the truest thing that I know, what is the nature of my existence. That's how I actually understand existence. What I must assume about existence is what I experience about existence. And you can't assume things about existence that you don't experience. If you assume the opposite of what you experience, you assume the opposite about existence from what you experience about existence. That is illogical, and it's just logically incoherent. But this is why it kind of answers itself of what you must assume, even if you've never had what you believe to be, or what you perceive as a direct encounter with God. You'd have never had a burning bush talk to you, something like that. You can you could still logically deduce what you must assume about existence beyond you and you must do that by looking at existence within you. And that's how you do it. You can't look at existence beyond you, make assumptions about it, and then use that to define existence to beyond you. That doesn't make any sense. But that's what people are doing. So, but this is why I stated, if you don't see evidence of God around you and you look around and you're like, I don't see God, then it means that if you actually want, first we have to state, you have to want to actually honestly consider meaning think about whether or not there is a God. If you're an anti-theist already by default, which is like what I was, in order to think about this, actually think about this, not think about this properly, but you actually think about this. There's only one way to do it. What you do is you assume, for the sake of argument, the opposite of what your current default assumption is. So if you are an anti-theist, now you have to assume that theism is correct. You have to assume that existence is someone and look for evidence of it. I think that evidence is everywhere. You are evidence of this in so many ways. But if you don't have God defined correctly, you can't even do that. And so, if you don't see evidence of God, it's usually your definition of God is not existence as someone. It is some man in a cloud, riding on a cloud, throwing lightning bolts, or a very, just angry man in the sky who, judges people irrationally. That's whatever it is that's your conceptualization due to religion, that you cannot define God by religion at all. Theological traditions, aka religions, are defined by God, but God is not defined by them. So if you want to consider or actually think about maybe, and honestly, does God exist? If you are by default an anti-theist, you have to assume that God does exist, and you have to understand that what that means is that existence is someone. And now you make that assumption. What would that logically imply? And then look for evidence. That's what you do. And if you are already a theist, and meaning you believe that existence is someone, and you want to actually, honestly, humbly consider the possibility that, or the proposition that God doesn't exist, what that means is you have to now assume existence isn't someone, at least not initially, and you have to look for evidence. You have to think about what that would mean, what that would imply, and then you have to look for evidence of those implications. That's what you do. That's not what people are doing at all. They are doing everything but that when they are thinking about God and considering if God exists, or considering if God doesn't exist. And this is why it took a while to go through all that, I realize, but we can't go forward with the rest of the clips if you don't understand what it means for God to exist versus what it means for God not to exist. We can't talk about terms like atheism or anti-theism or anything else that they're going to talk about in this, which is about theism and anti-theism and atheism and agnosticism and all these terms that you either need to understand truthfully, or you need to understand that they are incoherent intrinsically. So I'm not here to tell you what to believe. You need to ask yourself, honestly, what is the truest thing that I know, and try and build from there. I will tell you, pretty sure that I know what the answer is for everyone who asks that question. But you still have to be the one who asks it. You cannot just say, well, I'm not going to ask it because Tyler sounds smart and he said that the truest thing that exists is me, is I am. No, you have to think about and internalize the logic of why that is inevitably true for you to even ask that question. What is the truest thing that I know? It's the existence of you as someone is built into the question itself. And the fact that you have the will that allows you to even ask that question, and the feelings that motivate that will to ask that question is going to lead to an inevitable answer to that question. And there are implications to that question. So, very important. Let's go to the chat. Atheist, I don't believe in God. Based on the definition that most people have for the word God, I don't see evidence of that thing, so I don't believe that thing exists. Don't go by what most people, the definition that most people have for the word God. I don't see evidence of that thing. What is that definition that most people, it doesn't, actually scrap that. It doesn't matter what most people believe. What matters is God is defined as existence is someone. By nature, existence itself, fundamental existence, holistic existence, eternal existence, initial existence is, by definition, someone. Like you are someone who has feelings, who feels and has will. That's what God is. That's the only definition that you have to worry about. There is no other definition that matters because every other definition is built on that definition. There's no other definition that is even remotely coherent that isn't built on that initial assumption in the first place already. And so what most people believe or how most people define things is not what matters. Most people call themselves atheists who don't believe that existence is someone. Atheist is an incoherent term according by its own the logic of its own etymology. So you shouldn't even. It's not even about. It's not about what most people believe or what most people's how most people define things. It's about what is the coherent, logically inevitable definition of a term. If the term actually exists to describe a concept, what would that inevitably be? And so, if God exists, then there is an initial, holistic, all-encompassing someone that is existence itself. If God doesn't exist, existence is not someone. And that someone's came after the initial existence, and someone's are within the initial existence that isn't someone. That's anti-theism. Don't worry about how most people define God. Most people are wrong about most things, actually. I'm not even saying that they're wrong in their definition, but I will say that their definition is going to be, if it is even has a chance of being correct, it is built first and foremost on this fundamental definition that it is someoneness. God is not just something; He's someone, and that's why it's kind of hard to define God. So often today we say, "What is God?" And people always think of what different things that define God. No. It's not about things. It's about being. It's not about thing. It's about being. It's about someoneness. Not somethingness, it's someoneness. If God isn't someone, if existence isn't someone, then there is no God. And so use that definition. And now, if you don't believe that God exists, and that's as you stated here, you disbelieve in God, or you believe that God does not exist, or that you believe that the proposition of God's existence is false, then if you want to honestly consider and think about, if that's all that means, is consideration is thinking, you want to actually think about it, you have to assume that God does exist, which means you have to assume existence is sentient, just for the sake of argument, just for the sake of thinking. I'm not saying to just believe me. I'm saying for the sake of thinking about this honestly, assume existence is sentient and look for evidence of that. And first you have to ask yourself, in order to do that, you have to first ask yourself, what is the truest thing that I know? and think about what that means and build from there. That's all I'm telling you. I'm not telling you what to believe, but I am saying that is how you have to start thinking about it. And if you think I'm wrong and that's not how you have to start thinking about it, tell me why in the chat. But or if you don't understand what I'm saying, tell me in the chat. But I hope that makes sense. But I'm very, very confident that this is logically inevitable. But again, don't take my word for it. Either understand what I'm saying and then I don't have to convince you to believe it because you understand it, or tell me that you don't understand. And if you think I'm a crazy person, then just find somebody else to watch online. Don't waste your time on this channel. But I do appreciate your honesty. Again, I called myself an atheist for 24 years of my life, and possibly, I don't want to say the most confident, but as someone who is now as confident of a theist as you could possibly be, I believe, really do. Doesn't mean I'm a saint at all. It just means due to personal experience and logical extrapolation, from thinking about things linguistically, definitionally, and from a first principles approach, even, I have arrived at the same conclusion from thinking about this from every angle, and that I believe existence is someone. So I'm completely confident theist. I have no doubt in my mind that at this point. And people might say that's crazy, that's dogmatic. Do you have any doubt that the sun will rise tomorrow? Like, no, you really don't. And you are very confident. And I'm even more confident than that. And I'm very confident. I'm just as confident as you that the sun will rise tomorrow. And I also am more confident that existence is a sentient being than I am that the sun will rise tomorrow. Because I exist and I'm sentient, and that means a lot of things that you have to think about for yourself. But just recognize, my main suggestion would be to recognize what it means to think about an issue, which means, honestly, which means you have to steelman it completely, conceptually, meaning you have to understand what it means for God to exist. And what it means is existence is a sentient being. And that being was the first being and has always existed. And because existence, by definition, exists, and non-existence has never existed. So like there's logic that you can use within the language to arrive at certain conclusions that you never thought were possible for you to answer. There are questions. I will say this to anybody who is just doubtful, and I understand why that would be the case, but I will say, if you're gonna be somebody who watches this channel, you need to throw away the doubt, any doubt that there's a question, a general question that you could not deduce an answer to. Not saying it's not that there aren't questions that you can't. There aren't questions with actual answers that you can't deduce answers to. But I would say you can't even ask those questions. But if they exist, but there are things that you can't figure out by just asking questions. Obviously, especially when it comes to personal fate and things like that. But especially if God exists. But you can logically deduce what you must assume about the nature of existence from examining your own experience, and then logically building from there. And you can use that, and you can use this way of thinking, which is the only way to think, which is if you have a default assumption, you want to actually think about it, you have to assume the opposite of your default assumption is true and then look for evidence of that. If you don't believe God exists, you cannot look for evidence that God doesn't exist. That's not actually thinking. You're not doing anything. You're metaphysically, mentally, informationally not moving at all. You are saying, I have my perceptions, I have my definitions, that I have my assumptions, and I have those. Okay? We know. That's why everybody does. But if you want to be dynamic and think about something, which is an active action, just a metaphysical action, it's a mental action, it's an informational action, but it is an action. It's as much an action, it's even more so of an action than walking. It takes a choice to think. It takes practice to get good at it. My daughter is getting very good at walking now, but she was not always. And there was a time when she could not walk. She had to first realize what's the purpose of walking? Why would I want to even walk? And recognize and assume that she can walk, and then have the will and to try it, and then take the action actually and try and walk. And thinking takes all of that as well, and also an addition of humility, an added aspect, mindset of humility that is not necessary just to walk necessarily, and because it takes the assumption that you are wrong, at least for the sake of argument, that you are wrong, because you must assume the opposite of your default assumption is true and then look for evidence of that. Means you must, for the sake of argument, assume, at least for the sake of thinking about it, for the sake of consideration, that you are wrong. Not think you could be wrong, assume you are wrong. That's why it takes an addition of humility thinking, and it's why it's actually considerably rarer than we think it is, or than we feel it is. I don't want to say we think it is, because we're not thinking about it. If we did think about it, then we would know how rare it was. But when we just feel about it, we feel like we think about a lot of things. We don't think about a lot of things. Even the people who think about things more than most people don't. The majority of what is in their mind is not thought, not thinking. Majority of what is happening with them, their mental state is not. It's not in a thinking state. Their mind is not in a thinking state. That's what I'm trying to say. It takes a choice. So that's what I was saying. Just because we don't understand how we got here, just because it doesn't make sense to us, doesn't mean there is or was a God that created everything. That's an argument from emotion. If you say that I'm not saying that at all. That's not my argument for God. That's a bad argument for God. You are right. That's a bad argument for God. That is a God of the gaps argument. It's, we don't know how we got here, so God. We don't know how the universe came to exist, so God. We don't know what was the initial cause of the chain of causality that has set off the evolution of sentience and apparent matter in the cosmos. So God. That is not a good argument for God. You're right. You're 100% right. But there are better arguments for God, but you first have to define God properly. God is, existence is someone. You are a cell, almost, this is a metaphor, but it's pretty close. It's like you're a cell inside a body. You have to be a cell that is assuming you're inside of an organism for a minute, and then think about what that means. That's not the perfectly accurate metaphor, but it's a way of starting to think about this in a scholastic context that's not a emotional context. And I have this video that starts off, and actually it's on my channel. Everyone. Let's see here. videos. Oh, it's old. It actually was made well before this channel even existed, and it was originally uploaded to a separate channel. And it is right. Here. Imagine for a second a white blood cell. And this white blood cell, he walks up to this red blood cell and he says, "Do you believe in humans?" The red blood cell says, "No way, man. I don't believe in humans." The white blood cell says, "Why not?" And the red blood cell says, "Have you ever seen one?" And the white blood cell says, "No." And the red blood cell says, "Well, then, it's stupid to believe in humans." We have to recognize the boundaries of our perceptions, and then we have to recognize how to actually prioritize information. You must prioritize firsthand experience always above everything else that you are told. And so the question is, what is the truest thing that you know? What does that mean? Ask that question. Don't ask, does God exist? You don't. For the first, you need to ask, what is the truest thing that I know? Then you can ask what God, if God exists. After you recognize what it means for God to exist, which is that existence is someone. That you are inside of a being that's someone. And if you don't believe that, that's not your default assumption right now, that's fine. I'm not judging at all. There's no reason to judge anyone based on their honest belief. The only thing that I really I try not to, but I definitely cannot help it, that I would say is that I would hold against somebody, or that we should hold against somebody, and I actually do think we should hold this against them, is people who are being dishonest. If you're an anti-theist, if you don't believe that existence is sentient, that's what that means. Don't define it any other way. I don't care if you don't believe in this religion or that religion. That is not the point. Do you believe that existence is sentient or not? It doesn't matter what the answer is. As long as it's honest, then you should be praised for being honest. It's good to be honest. That's how we actually can communicate. You cannot communicate actually in a dishonest exchange. There is no communication that's possible within a dishonest exchange. And so anyone who's being honest, we shouldn't be mad at people for being an anti-theist. We shouldn't be mad at people for being a theist. We shouldn't judge them either way. There's no reason to. Just as long as people are being honest, and it's important that everybody is on the same page about what it means to be a theist versus an anti-theist. Do you believe existence is someone, or do you not? Or do you believe that existence is not someone? That's a better way of putting it. That's it. Are you a cell inside of a body, basically, that is someone else? Do you believe that or not? And you don't have to be super confident about it, but everybody leans one way or another in our basic assumptions. And neither one is to be judged as long as it's honest. So we can observe people who make pens. We cannot observe anyone making the universe. Exactly. But think about the red blood cell and the white blood cell. They're never going to see a human. Not holy. It's an interesting term. Because they can't. They're inside of a human. If you're in God, how are you going to see God making the universe if you're in the universe? You got to think about that. You can't. And so that's not the way that you must try and look for, that's not where you look for evidence. Why would you look for evidence there? It's like the white blood cell or the red. I can't remember which one was the one that was being, short-sighted, but whichever one was like, I've never seen a human, so therefore I don't believe in humans. If he thinks that he could have seen a human, then his definition of human is wrong, because he's inside a human, so he can't see a human. He's just going to see movement of fluids and fluid dynamics around him and other cells moving around, doing their little jobs. And look at what we see around us. We see fluid dynamics in our atmosphere and in matter, and in what we perceive as inanimate matter. And we see a bunch of little beings going about their days, exercising their will, doing their little jobs. It's exactly what you would see as a cell inside of a body. You would never see a human if you were a cell inside a human. And, you got to think about that. So why would you, if you think that you could even have seen a human, then you're not defining human properly if you are a cell inside of a human. And if you think that your lack of seeing a human is evidence against human's existence, and you are not properly contextualizing yourself in this existence, in this framework, in this assumption. We got to remember, if God exists, you're in him. You're not next to him, in him. And just because, and don't look at scripture for evidence of what it would mean to like perceive God's existence or anything. Those experiences of those prophets were true, then they are unique, just like certain experiences that you have with anyone else in your life sometimes is unique, but that doesn't mean that everybody gets those experiences from that person. So you got to think about logically, metaphysically, physically, what would it look like for you to be inside of a sentient being, and what would it logically imply, and what does existence, the definition of what is the truest thing that you know, and what does that mean about the nature of existence itself, and the definition of what, or the nature that you must assume is defining of existence because it's defining of your existence. You have to think about these things. Don't look outside yourself yet. First, start within the logic of your own language and your core assumptions about the world and about yourself and about your existence and the nature of that existence. That's how you start to think about this. You don't look at any specific religion. You don't look at the clouds. You don't look at evolution, and you don't look at physics. You can get there, but you don't start there. And so don't look to others about what don't look to the majority about what the definition of God should be. You should logically consider what it must be. If there is a definition of God that is inevitable, if God does exist, you have to assume he exists in order to even get a definition. Do you understand how profound that actually is? You can't even deduce a definition of God if you within the framework of the or under the assumption that he doesn't exist. You must assume he does exist in order to even deduce a definition that would be coherent, which is actually profound, and I would say is evidence of deep truths about the nature of what's going on. But regardless, just you can't if you just start with the premise of I don't believe in God, you don't even have a definition of God. That is true. So that's what I'll say. Let's go back to the chat. Must be. We can observe people who make pens. Okay. Babies don't have beliefs. Babies don't have beliefs? You know what? I had a daughter, and let me tell you what she believed from before she was born, because I saw videos of her before she was born. You can literally watch videos, ultrasonic video, high definition video of your baby before it's born. It's amazing. My daughter popped out and she had the same eyes and cheeks and nose and mouth that I saw in the 3D renderings, the ultrasonic 3D renderings. But before she was born, I saw her face before she was born. It's amazing. I can tell you what she believed. She believed that she existed. And you know why? Because she popped out and she was crying, and inside of the womb, she was doing certain things that seemed to imply she was trying to be comfortable, and that she liked doing certain things and didn't like doing other things. And you can see it. I mean, you can literally see it. It's not an assumption. With today's technology, you can see all of that. As much as you could see other people, see it in other people. Obviously, you're making certain assumptions because you can't see the world from her eyes, but you don't do that for anybody, and yet you assume that other people exist. So, you assume I exist right now. Otherwise, why are you here? And I'm not even in front of you physically. And the people that aren't around you physically, you do assume they exist from that they are someone. You don't just assume their body exists. You assume there's someone in there, someone embodied in that body. But you don't know. But you assume. I think it's actually correct. It's the correct assumption to make. But if you make that assumption about them, then you have to make it about babies. The idea of babies don't have beliefs. No, babies, what you're defining as beliefs are not holistic, fundamental belief. You're not defining them by the term belief. You're thinking about other beliefs, specific beliefs that people have, I think, and then you're defining the term belief by those specific beliefs, the general term belief by those specific beliefs. That's not what you do. It doesn't make sense. Belief is not defined by any specific beliefs. It's defined as any belief. And if you cry or you feel, then you believe that you exist. I don't know how you wouldn't. Or at least I need to assume that anyone who feels believes that they exist. Anybody who does feel and doesn't believe that they exist is not defining things properly and is really, really confused, or doesn't exist. Like one of those. The truest thing that you know is that you exist. Truest thing a baby knows is that they exist. They know that from the moment that they are conceived and have any feeling. They know that from the moment they have any feeling. I don't know how you define conceived, but from the moment that they feel anything, they believe that they exist. You have to assume that, because how would you not believe anything and feel yourself existing? So babies, don't have that much practice thinking, and they have to practice it. And I watched that with my daughter. But so do you. You have to practice it. We all have to practice it. Unfortunately, you don't practice it in school almost ever. You're actually kept from practicing it. Not intentionally, like I'm not saying it's a grand conspiracy, but they just teachers don't even know what it means to think anymore. They don't. If they did, they would really struggle to be a teacher. You'd have to be like a shop teacher or something. You couldn't be like a history teacher. It would be very hard. I would say that. I'm not saying you can't, but I've never met one that really understood what it meant to think. The whole curriculum and structure and incentive structure is built around memorization. It's the opposite thinking. We can observe people. Okay. Is this dude going to read the comments that he asked people to leave? Yes, I am. Hello, my friend. I am reading them. Habit loops are trigger behavior. Habit loops are trigger behavior. Reward at the emotional level, where bigger, better offers replace behavior that are unrewarding. Are you a scholar or overwhelmed? I don't know. Do you know what that means even? What is a scholar? I don't think anybody knows what that really means without really thinking about it. But was thinking about it before this, but I didn't have enough time to fully flesh out my thoughts. But I will say this. I don't know what you're talking about or what you're referencing. That's what I'll say. Do you ever get around to proof of Pythagorean theorem? What happened to all the shapes? What do you mean, what happened to all the shapes? There's a lot in sentient singularity theory about why we see certain shapes. Why are there, 6 fundamental solids? And we have the Platonic solids, but there's actually a 6th one. It's called sphere, but we don't think about it as it's not Platonic solid, but it's a fundamental solid. What was our last discussion of geometry and theology? It's in the logs. I don't remember. You assume too much. You cannot not assume. Do you understand? Like, when you realize that, then you can start to use this this practice of thinking that you actually can use, but you cannot use it until you recognize that you cannot not assume. Anybody who says, I don't have assumptions, my name is Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I have no assumptions, that's what science is. No, science is a pursuit of people, and people cannot not have assumptions. They must have assumptions, always. And if you don't have an assumption, then you're not actually considering it on something honestly. You're just, somebody's like, do you believe in Bigfoot? It's like, I don't know. I'm going to continue about my day not thinking about it. But if you're going to start really thinking about Bigfoot, then you're going to have an assumption about it. There's no way to not assume. It's built into the constraint of thinking, the constraints of thinking, and the constraints of experience. And it is a requirement that you recognize this when you're thinking. You have to recognize what your default assumption is, your current assumption. Then you have to assume the opposite of your default assumption is correct, and then look for evidence of that being correct. Don't look for evidence of what you already assume. You already have evidence, as best you can understand it, of what you already assume. Otherwise, you wouldn't assume it. So it makes no sense to look for evidence to support your current assumption. You always assume the opposite of your current assumption for the sake of thinking, and then you look for evidence of that if you want to actually think about anything. It's the same exact process always. It's why the scientific method requires proposing a hypothesis prior to running the experiment, because otherwise you can't really formulate a good experiment without recognizing your current assumptions, and then also recognizing what it would mean for them to be correct versus incorrect. So what do you think about LGBTQ and abortion? This is a very different conversation. Maybe ask me that again at the end, and I'll touch on it. Otherwise, ask me it in the next Ask Me Anything I do, which will probably be in about 3 weeks, because I think I just did one. And so maybe 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, and we can talk about it. But maybe I'll touch on it at the end of here. But I don't think, if I start down that road, we're going to get off topic. I want to show the clips. I want to keep this on. But at the end, ask me again if I have time. I'll start maybe talking about it. And if not, I'm willing to talk about it in another talk. Actually, I have very, very fascinating thoughts about it that are very unique, unlike anything you've ever heard. I will tell you that. They might be wrong. I don't think they are, but you might think they're wrong. But they're definitely unique. And yeah, I'll just say that. I can't. If I go into it more, we're going to get off topic. I understand we can't have a basic presupposition. We all have a basic presupposition. I think, therefore I am. No. I think, therefore I am. No, I feel, therefore I am. That's the basic, the most basic, actually, like perception. It's like beyond, but I think, therefore I am is actually misleading, I think. Sentient beings can think. They don't have to. You don't think all the time. You might feel like you're thinking all the time, but you're not thinking all the time. You are thinking far less than you feel that you are. But it's because we have no objective definition for think in that we understand. We use the word think to mean whenever anything is in your head. No. Thinking is an active process. It's an action that you take. It's very specific. You can to say I have a thought, maybe, is, I don't know. It's like, even if I say, think about an elephant in your mind, you have to construct an elephant in your mind. Like, it is an active process. You didn't, it's not something that, it's constructive, I would say. But when it comes to the nature of, when it comes to God, it's much more important to recognize that you cannot not have an assumption about this. You can be agnostic about many things, almost anything. The one thing that you definitely can't be agnostic about is existence someone or not? Are you inside of someone or not? Are you someone inside of something that isn't someone? Or are you something that is someone inside of something that is someone? Everybody has a default assumption about that. What does believing we exist have to do with believing that there is somebody inside of a body? If that's even coherent. I think that you misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm saying that believing that we exist, ask yourself, what does it mean for me to exist? Okay? That's how you have to define existence most fundamentally, is that. So what does it mean for me to exist? If I didn't exist, what would that mean? Okay? That means whatever is defining of your existence in this circumstance is defining of fundamental existence. You must assume that because it is what your first-hand experience has shown you. That's all I'm saying. And so what I'm saying is that that to feel and to have will, to be someone, the experience of someone is to feel and have will of your own. That is what defines your existence. If you didn't exist, you wouldn't have any will of your own, and you wouldn't feel anything. That's what you wouldn't exist if you didn't feel anything, and you didn't have will. That's what that means. That's what it means to exist, for something to fundamentally exist. That doesn't mean what it means for a pen to exist, because that pen is defined by you. This pen is constructed by people and it's defined by people, even conceptually. What we don't understand is that when we're thinking about this stuff, we have to operate within the constraints and degrees of freedom of mind itself. That's it. You cannot be like, well, when we look at the physical world. No, you are looking at the physical world and interpreting it in the context of you as a mind. So there's no escaping that. It's just really holistic in our problems here. We have not been allowed to learn how to think because you're sat in a chair for 8 hours of your most productive 8 hours of your day for the most formative years of your life, and when you should have been testing things and seeing what happens and then learning, that's teaching you how to think. And then we also have to recognize that we have to operate and construct and conceptualize on top of an initial assumption that all other assumptions are contextualized by which is I am. Because if there's no you to make the assumption, then there's no assumptions. So what does it mean for you to exist? I know what it means for me to exist. It means I feel and I have will. If I had no will and I didn't have any feelings, then I wouldn't exist. And I think you'll probably come to the same conclusion. If you don't, I think probably took a wrong turn, but you should try to come to that conclusion on your own. And see if it works. I think you come to that conclusion every second of your existence, though. Like every time you make a turn on the road, and every time you turn on the shower, and you choose a temperature, and like everything that you do is built within the context of you existing and you feeling, and you having will. I understand that it's paramount. We have a reptilian emotion logical brain, but you will be soothed at the levels of tribal belonging and anxiety unwinding. My friend, I think that you are jumping, you're putting the cart before the horse here. You're thinking about instincts at all. Don't even think about that yet. Of course you have instincts. And of course you have social instincts. And that's not the point. That's downstream. What's the truest thing that you know? That's my question for you. Answer that in the chat, please. But fast answer no. Knowing. That would mean you didn't exist and you wouldn't be posting this video. What would mean that I wouldn't exist? I wouldn't be posting this video. If I didn't feel it or have will, if that's what you're talking about, then yes, that's correct. Okay. Gosh, I'm not mocking anybody. It's tough to talk about these things because I feel like you have to do an hour or more of lead up, and then I feel bad that we haven't gotten to that many clips yet. But I'm gonna go through them quickly because of that, and then I'll come back to the chat. But he defined anti-theism in the last clip that we watched, if you even remember, as being really anti-religion, anti this religion, anti that religion. You can't. I don't know what religion means. It's a bad word at this point, and so we shouldn't even use it. I don't think anybody knows what it means. It's just a label that we have a bunch of things that we put into, and not those things are not all the same. But anti-theism is the belief that existence is not sentient, meaning the belief that existence is not someone. That's anti-theism. It's not being anti-religious. It's not believing that religious is bad for the world. Every movement, every ideology or philosophy or whatever you want to, however you want to group a set of beliefs, which nobody completely subscribes to, who actually is thinking, that set of beliefs is not what that has nothing, that is always present. You can be an anti-theist and you have a set of beliefs and a set of social dogmas and a set of traditions and all these things that are found within the religious traditions or the theological traditions. It's the exact same thing. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, the atheists are the real religious ones. I don't think we should even use the term religion. I'm just saying everybody has traditions, everybody has dogmas, everybody has social constraints and expectations and trends and personal flaws, and also every movement is built on certain truths as well. And so it's just not helpful to be like, I'm against religion. What does that even mean? So you can't define anti-theism as anti-religion. That's like really saying anti-theism is anti-belief and anti-tradition. But it really, obviously, a theistic tradition is one that is built on the foundation that existence is someone. But still, like you don't need the rest. You just say anti-theism is the belief that existence is someone. You don't need the whole, and these traditions are bad. That's not the point. So that's what I'll say. I actually think that
But there are
by the way, to the person who was just saying, the God of the gaps is not a good argument, I agree with you in the chat. So just know that if you don't believe in God and I am claiming to believe in God and you're claiming not to believe in God, we probably have different ideas of what God is. So you have to assume my definition for the sake of even finding out whether or not you agree with me. So here.
Atheists who nonetheless think that theocracy would be a disaster. Perhaps the best example of these are but there are theists, deists, and atheists who nonetheless think that theocracy would be a disaster.
There is no, what is a theist versus a deist versus an atheist? There's theists and anti-theists, and that's it. I actually even think that deism, which is like usually the belief that there is a supreme being far out there that doesn't care about our existence, basically that God exists but he doesn't care about us, something like that. I don't think it has a good definition. I don't think it can have a good definition, so I'm not even going to look up what the definitions are because there's multiple out there and all of them are wrong. Deism, let's just look at the etymology of it really quick. Deism. The belief in the existence of a supreme being, specifically of a creator who does not intervene in the universe. This belief is chiefly of an intellectual movement. Okay, so basically rejecting the belief that God interacts with us. I don't think that this matters. Theism is the belief that existence is someone. And what is a supreme being? I don't know. Existence, is it someone? Is it not someone?
Perhaps the best example of these are the majority of the founding fathers of America, who held a variety of different theological positions, but all opposed a state church, or all opposed a state church to my knowledge. Even some theists have recognized that sometimes religion can be a hindrance. The fourth and final thread in the New Atheist knot is a pretty extreme confidence in the strength of reason. The actual definition of reason varies between the New
So he's just basically saying, there are people that don't believe in theocracy. Yes. And I don't know what we're going to talk about that towards the end. What is a theocracy? I would say the only definition that I'd say a theocracy is the wrong term for what people think of as a theocracy. If God is if it is logically inevitable, it seems logically inevitable that existence is someone, or at least it seems logically inevitable that we must assume that existence is someone, then that is what must be built into our logical frameworks and our reason and our scientific assumptions and our physical assumptions and our metaphysical assumptions and our moral assumptions, all these things. But what people usually mean when they say theism, the common definition that people use or mean is a government that is based around a specific religion or theological tradition, not around the idea that God exists, meaning the idea that existence is sentient someone. That's not what people mean when they say theocracy. What they mean is that they don't want to live in a under a government that is based on Christian scriptures or Jewish scriptures or Muslim scriptures or Buddhist scriptures. It's an anti-scripture, like scriptocratic. They're like anti-scriptocratic. And I would say I am against any specific religion being used to rule in government. That's if you're wondering. That doesn't mean that I think that major world theological traditions are false. I don't actually, but I think that people are flawed, and so we shouldn't make the idea that we should just govern everything based on this religious traditions, scriptures, is probably not a good idea. But it is important to look at the scriptures of all major world religions or theological traditions and see the common beliefs of those and recognize that those common beliefs are probably true. Like they're probably just true for everyone. But using specific scriptures as the basis of a government, that's what people mean when they say theocracy. I'm not for that. But that doesn't mean I don't believe that a lot of what is written in specific scriptures is false. I do believe that a lot of it is true. It's true for multiple theological traditions. If you believe multiple theological traditions are true, how can you pick one to be used as the governing text? It doesn't. It's also not what it was intended for. But Ten Commandments, pretty universal, I'd say. It's not theocracy or it's not what people think of as a theocracy just because murder is made illegal. Okay.
Dawkins, for example, seemed to think that reason would cause anyone to argue that reason led us to certain moral truths. Harris, on the other hand, argued that reason came with a consequentialist moral system. Dennett's views here are quite hard to pin down because his academic writings and his popular ones are written in quite different voices. For example, while in his academic writings he is quite careful with his moral claims, in his popular work he is, in effect, a consequentialist, and subtly equates this with the outlook of the reasonable person. Hitchens does a similar sort of thing. He doesn't present an argument for why reason would lead to his particular moral system, but he nonetheless behaves as if to be roughly consequentialist is reasonable and to be anything else is unreasonable. For example, he quite often mocks the idea of taboos, yet holds it as self-evident that religion is to be judged primarily on its consequences. Many have recognized this as a sort of weak spot in new atheist reasoning, and it's just the kind of thing that David Hume might pick them up on as overestimating the capacity of reason to bridge the is-ought gap. Nonetheless, it remains one of the main things that separates new atheism from many of its variants. For example, the philosopher Graham Oppy grounds his atheism in the idea that we don't need God to explain natural phenomena, but he doesn't have the same optimism about the capacity of reason as many new atheists. Ultimately, any strict definition of new atheism is going to come up short because it's as much a historical event as a philosophical position. It was born out of a general frustration with religion's special status as something that is impolite to critique, and almost all the new atheists mention this as among their primary motivations. And in this aim, I think they certainly succeeded. I can't speak for a time before the new atheist movement, as I was unfortunately an infant, but there are not many taboos around criticizing belief in God now. My own channel is testament to this. I have many videos.
Okay, so this is what the New Atheist movement was. It was an it was a movement that was against the Western, specifically, or not even, I don't want to say Western, the Abrahamic theological traditions. It was anti-Abrahamic theological traditions: Judaism, Islam, Christianity, Mormonism. Let's say at least those. Those are the Abrahamic traditions. I'll include all of them. And that's all it was. It's not even against the idea of God, really. It doesn't actually, I don't think any of these people, I've listened to them endless hours, not endless, that's not possible, but countless hours of Sam Harris and Dawkins and Hitchens and plenty of other people who were just associated with this movement. And I internalized that idea, but I also recognized, and this is the main thing, I misdefined God prior to me becoming a theist. When my rabbi at 13 years old asked me, Tyler, what do you think about God? How do you feel about God? I was like, I don't believe in God. He was like, why not? And I was like, because it says that the world was created in 7 days or 6 days. And I know that, there's fossils that are way older than that. And first of all, Hebrew says period. It doesn't say day. It says 6 periods. God created this day, the world in 6 periods, 6 yom. But regardless, and he said, well, what if God? My rabbi said, well, what if God? A day for God is different for a day from us. And I was like, that's such a cop out. And honestly, I think it kind of is. Until you start really thinking about like deeply what is a day. But I still think that it just doesn't. I think that it was a cop out, and it wasn't a good argument, and so I wasn't convinced by it, and I went on to continue to call myself an atheist until for over 10 more years, and what I realized now, though, or at least after I became a theist, is that I was defining God by my interpretation, or someone else's interpretation, or my interpretation of someone else's interpretation of a mistranslation of a specific of a text scriptural text of a specific theological tradition. You can't do that. That's not how you define God. God isn't defined by things that would logically come from God, which is everything. God is just existence as someone. If I had that belief, conceptualization of God, and somebody said to me, you're kind of like a cell inside a body, and how do you feel about that? What if that was true? They didn't use the word God. I would have been like, maybe. That makes sense. Molecules are inside cells. Cells are inside of organisms. Organisms, what are we inside of? Something. And then if somebody said, well, what is the nature of existence? I don't know. Well, what is the nature of your existence, Tyler? And I thought about it. Well, accurately, I would have a very different belief system much earlier, a very different set of, a very different understanding much earlier in life. And just recognize, just it's important for people to be humble and recognize that, yes, there is a childish, shallow perspective on any idea, and then there is a deep understanding of an idea, if it is true. And you have to assume it's true even to think about it. If you don't assume God, the only people who should be assuming for the sake of argument that God doesn't exist, and that the idea that existence is someone is false, are people who actually are already theists, if they want to think about it. And if you're not a theist, you should not be assuming that if you're going to think about it. If you're not going to think about it, then don't watch me. And I don't know, go on. Clinging to the current definition that you have. But I would say this: if you don't believe in God, or you claim to not believe in God, your definition of God is probably a definition that I would also disagree with as being an existent definition of God, or your conceptualization of God.
And don't receive much backlash for that at all. But enough with defining new atheism. Let's move on to what I think are its greatest strengths. Because while it has become fashionable to bash new atheism,
I will just say this: this is the main issue with this, with his entire video. The biggest issue. If there is an issue with his video, and it's an issue with the entire new atheist movement as well, is that they did not define God. They're just defining atheism constantly, and theocracy constantly, and trying to define morality constantly, without ever coming to a universal, fundamental, inevitable, and logical definition of God. They never do. And neither does Joe Folley at any point in this video, and he should have, because otherwise, why are you even talking about atheism? You can't define theism without defining God. You can't define atheism without defining theism.
we can forget where they arguably succeeded in their aims. If you want to help me make more videos like this, then please consider subscribing to the channel.
Please consider subscribing to my channel. I do think that the new atheists were successful in getting people to question religion and making it socially acceptable to question religion. But the thing is that it was already actually not just socially acceptable. It was much deeper than that. And damaging, I would say, is that it is academically assumed and academically, I would say, required at this point that you not be a theist or not, and that you disbelieve in God, whatever. It doesn't even matter what your definition of God is, that you proclaim a disbelief in God in order to be taken seriously in academia. And that is not because of the new atheist movement. That is because of deep logical and linguistic problems that arose from how we taught religion versus science in schools. And we shouldn't have taught religion in school. You're to be taught outside of a religious school. Like if you want to learn about Judaism, or you want Judaism to be part of your curriculum, your scholastic curriculum, that's fine. Same thing with Catholicism or Christianity or whatever. But you have to go to a Catholic school. You have to go to a Christian school. You have to go to a Jewish school. You have to be taught by people who believe in what they're teaching. And because if it is possible to understand what they're teaching, then it's only going to be understood by people who believe it. And if you're taught by somebody who isn't Christian about Christianity, or somebody who isn't Jewish about Judaism, or somebody who isn't, or at least somebody who doesn't practice Judaism about Judaism, or somebody who isn't Muslim about Islam, of course you're going to get this false teaching of it intrinsically. Even if there is truth there, you're going to get a false teaching. If there is any truth there, is what I'll say. If there's no truth, then why are we teaching about it in the first place? But if there is some truth, you're never going to get it from people who don't believe it. Because the only people who have a chance at understanding it, I'm not saying everybody who believes it understands it, but the only people who do understand it do believe it. That's what I'll say. We should have never taught about any specific theological traditions in school. That doesn't mean we shouldn't have discussed God, but only God as existence as a someone, and the logic behind that being, that possibility. That's it. And we didn't do that. I remember in 7th grade, my social studies teacher was like, we're going to learn this semester about religions. First, we're going to take a religion test. Everybody's going to mark off, what do you believe happens after you die? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? And I remember I took the test and it was like, you are a Buddhist. Buddhism is your religion, is the religion for you. And I was in 7th grade. Anyone who wrote that test does not, unless you believe in the truth of all of those theological traditions and understand them all, which good luck. Some people might. I'm not wise enough or knowledgeable enough to do that. I can tell you about a decent amount about the Abrahamic traditions, but I don't know enough about the Eastern traditions to claim expertise. But anybody who would, usually people who have expertise in the Eastern theological traditions are not experts in the Western theological traditions, and vice versa. Usually, if anyone's an expert on any theological tradition, they're an expert on one. Or at least not even an expert, but have an understanding that's sufficient. By the way, I do appreciate that Joe Folley puts captions already built in because I have terrible hearing, and I put on the captions. I try and put on the captions always for people while I play the clips, but I don't even have to do that with him. Okay. But I have stated earlier, I don't believe that Sentient singularity theory suggests that God had no choice in the laws of physics. This was Einstein's greatest question. He wanted to know, did God have any choice in the laws of physics, basically, in the rules of the universe? That question cannot be honestly asked, and it would not be asked without the assumption of theism, which is funny because everybody thinks he was an atheist, but Einstein was a self-described Leibnizian, which means he's a theist. And if you're asking the question, did God have any choice in the laws of the universe or the laws of physics or the laws of causality, then you believe you can't ask that without assuming that God exists in the first place. But I will say this: sentient singularity theory seems to suggest that God has no choice in the laws of physics. There's only one way to make a universe, but God had to choose in order to make a universe, which really means to create multiplicity of sentience within his oneness, because oneness by definition is the nature or is the structure of existence, because existence is all that exists and there is nothing outside of existence, which means it is holistic, which means it's one. It's one existence. There's not multiple existences. And that means that, and if you build on what I said earlier, that you must assume that existence is defined as having will and feeling, because that's what your own existence tells you about existence. Then what that implies is that the nature of existence is sentience. The structure of existence is oneness, by definition, initially, inevitably, and that means that any multiplicity of existence or multiplicity of sentience would have to be a choice, because it's going against what is the inevitable structure. So it's like it's a choice to swim upstream. No fish floats upstream. They float downstream, or they choose to swim upstream. You wouldn't exist if God didn't make a choice. That's what sentient singularity theory seems to imply. To partition his sentience and put a bit of it towards you. It seems to suggest that every single sentient being that exists, from us to mosquitoes to beings beyond that even, if maybe protons, maybe cells, any sentient being, the creation of any additional sentient being would be a choice by God. God has no choice in his own existence, because existence is, by definition, existing and cannot not exist, which is interesting because it implies God has no choice but to exist. And because existence is a singular structure that is all-encompassing and it's clearly informational in nature, or it has information in it, that information has to reference itself only. Because what else is there to reference? There's nothing outside of it. Which means it's completely self-referential information structure that is intrinsically, initially, inevitably singular in structure and sentient in nature. Because if you are entirely self-referential, what are you aware of? If an information system is entirely self-referential, what does that seem to sound like? It means it is what self-awareness is. It's like why feeling is the nature of existence is because there is no one outside of God, meaning there's nothing that exists outside of existence, because that would be non-existent, and non-existence doesn't exist. So what that means is that existence can only feel itself and what is inside itself. And initially can only feel itself, and subsequently, even after partition of sentience, can only feel still others within itself, which is still like the feeling of self. It seems to suggest where even the nature of what it means to be sentient comes from, is that feeling is the feeling of self. It's because God can't feel anything outside himself. There's nothing outside himself. So he feels himself. God couldn't end his own existence if he tried, I don't think. And I don't think he has any choice in how the laws of causality unfold, because logic is logic, and causality is causality. But I do think that he has to choose every time that there's someone new created, even if it's a mosquito, which makes me really wonder why he likes mosquitoes so much. If he also likes us, how can you like us and mosquitoes? I don't know. It's a question for God. But that's a fascinating deduction. And I might be skipping over things that I am assuming in my own mind because there's so many years built into this, into these statements, and I'm just telling them to you in like a minute span. So it might not make sense to you, and I think that it makes sense, but please let me know in the chat. But it's fascinating. So that's what I will say. That's my stance on intelligent design. I don't believe that God of the gaps or the Cambrian explosion or the laws of physics or any of these ideas. I think they're terrible. The God of the gaps argument is a terrible argument for God's existence. First mover is a decent argument. Actually. But nobody starts from the self when they're trying to make the argument for God. They're always looking at outside things. And you have to actually start with inside things, because you have to think about what is the context in which I can even think about outside things. And that context is inside things. Or that context is inside. In Sentient Singularity Theory, it's built on 4 primary perspectives that I believe are the foundation of any philosophical framework. And if you go to sentientsingularity.com, or if you've watched this channel before, you can see right here, models. 4 primary perspectives: inside, outside, separate, and oneness. These are co-defining, codependent, simultaneously generative perspectives. To be aware of what is inside means you're already aware of what it means what it would mean for something to be outside. If you say, I'm inside my house, okay, that means if you know that, then that means you know what it would mean to be outside your house. And you also know what it means to be separate from your house, and you know what it would mean to be one with your house, because you know what is your house and what is not your house. And so all these are simultaneously understood. And they are co-defining in the context of a nested periodicity of sentience, which is inside means separate and oneness. Outside means separate from oneness. Oneness is outside and inside of separateness. Separateness is inside or outside of oneness. So somebody asked me earlier, what is your opinion on abortion? I will say this, and I have a lot of more thoughts on it, but I will just say this. When people say, is it your body or is it a separate body? In the context of the 4 primary perspectives that are the foundation of all philosophy, I believe, but they are the foundation of understanding, but they are a defined foundational model within sentient singularity theory. They're just an intrinsic, inevitable, foundational, mental manifold structure in any understanding. Inside means separate and oneness. So if before baby is born, it's inside of a woman, meaning it's a sentient being inside of another sentient being. Is it separate body, or is it one, or is it the woman's body, the mother's body? It's both, separate and oneness, because it's inside. If it was outside, it'd be separate from oneness. Once you're born, you're not one with your parent anymore, but with your mother. But it's before you're born, you are inside your mother, you are one with your mother, and you are separate. That's what I will say about that. So for now, here, continue.
Varieties of the Theisticus genus, like the Theisticus creationatus and the Theisticus fundamentalis, easy prey. Although the new atheists often pitch their arguments against all religion, in practice they tended to focus on a few specific targets, normally creationism or fundamentalist interpretations of scripture. And here is also where they made many of their best points. For example, a favorite target of the new atheists was the argument from design. In Paley's formulation, this asks us to imagine we are strolling along a beach one day and come across a watch lying in the sand. What would our natural conclusion be in this scenario? Would we think, oh, I wonder what intricate natural forces led to the creation of this watch, spontaneously, without any will or intellect involved? Absolutely not. We would conclude that someone made it. The standard analogous case is the human eye. The classic argument here goes, the eye depends on so many intricate parts, all working in tandem, just like a watch. So using the same reasoning by which we concluded that the watch must have a watchmaker, we must also conclude that the eye had an intelligent designer. Thus, there exists a God, and moreover, an intelligent God. This kind of argument was where the new atheists thrived. The God delusion is the best example of this. Contrary to the intelligent design inference, Dawkins points out that evolution by natural selection can explain how we get the appearance of intention from merely descriptive forces. Moreover, this kind of probabilistic empirical argument exactly suits Dawkins' background in empirical research. Dawkins uses the same general thought against the fine-tuning argument as well, invoking the idea of the multiverse or even evolving universes to explain why life is possible on this one. I personally find this response unsatisfying and think there are stronger arguments against fine-tuning, but it does help to broaden our idea of what could explain seemingly inexplicable ideas. The same goes for biblical literalism or fundamentalism, which these authors dispatch reasonably straightforwardly by pointing to where it does not line up with historical data. This is pretty close side with the creationist point, as the literalists they critique are often arguing for a literal interpretation of the book of Genesis, but it's still worth pointing out. If I were to
None of this matters. Until you define God and theism, or what it would mean to be a theist, which first you have to identify God, defining God, then you can't talk about any of that. So I'm not even going to touch on it. I think it's you're not going to get anywhere when you're like the creationists and the young Earth creationists versus the biblical literalists versus the deists versus the monotheists versus the polytheists versus the atheists versus the anti-theists versus in which atheism, it's just not possible to construct coherently without a coherent foundation to build on first. Every single one of these definitions is dependent on, and at least the judgment of every single one of these definitions is dependent upon the definition of God. And we haven't done that in his video, and the new atheists didn't do it either. He's right, they attacked religions or theological traditions. That is, the problem is that you can't, that's not part of atheism. You can be a theist and be a Muslim and attack Christianity or attack Catholicism. You can be a Muslim and attack Catholicism. You can attack a religion while being a theist. Has nothing, so why would, you can be an anti-theist and attack religion, but it doesn't matter whether or not you're a theist or an anti-theist. If you're attacking religion, you're just attacking religion. So, it doesn't matter that you're an atheist. It's not a new atheist movement. It's an anti-Abrahamic theological tradition movement. That's what the new atheists were, and are, or that's why the movement of new atheism is about. It's about taking issue with certain things in the Abrahamic tradition. Fine. That's not why you can't. There's so much about that I'm just not even worth addressing. It's like, obviously people are flawed. So people who adhere to, or who claim these to be part of these traditions or are part of these traditions will do things that are not good. And, that's fine. I guess that's inevitable. I don't know why it doesn't even matter what their ideology was. It's like, what is the human condition that causes certain recurring negative human behaviors or on societal scales in every movement, in an Islamic theocracy and in an anti-theistic communist Soviet government. You'll see the same exact sins. Okay. He argues against miracles. I don't want to touch on miracles. I will just say first, the only thing I will say about miracles is, here, we'll just play this clip.
observation, the new atheist books are at their best when they are dealing with the linear causal arguments for God. That is, with claims of God's direct intervention in the causal chain of events in this world. As an example, both Hitchens and Dawkins argue against miracles along roughly Humean lines, saying that it would take something truly extraordinary and undeniable to convince them that a miraculous explanation is necessary, rather than turning to a hallucination or some other psychological event.
Nobody's defining miracle in this. They're just saying, we don't believe in miracles. What the heck is a miracle? I will say this, the inevitable definition of a miracle is an intentional intervention by God that breaks the inevitable logical causal chain. Every single sentient being's creation is technically a miracle then. And yeah, a lot of miracles don't seem to appear in our everyday lives because logical causality seems to be the norm. Okay. That doesn't actually argue against miracles just because you haven't seen miracles. I've never seen a tornado in person, ever. I've never seen a tornado. I've never seen lots of things. That doesn't mean that they don't exist. And it's not a good argument that saying, I haven't seen one, so that doesn't mean they don't exist. You first have to just define what a miracle would be. Does God have the ability to break the logic of causality, break the rules of the universe for a moment? He at least does when he makes us, because oneness is the initial and inevitable structure of existence. So like breaking that and partitioning sentience into multiplicity is an intentional choice that would not happen otherwise. Miracles within the universe or within the cosmos that's already constructed and embodied. I've never seen one, I guess. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you would even really recognize it, but maybe you would. Maybe it would be actually undeniable. I mean, I've had personal experiences, but I've never seen like waters part. I think it's important to define these terms before deciding whether or not they are true, whether or not they exist or not. Again, did not happen. Sorry, I'm trying to go fast, but again, religion can go wrong. People, we know that just looking at these clips. If God needed to explain the universe, then God needs to. Okay, here. We talked about this a little bit, but let me know in the chat if my explanation. Let me know in the chat if my explanation about what he's about to say makes sense.
Books. For example, Dawkins claims that any God that was sufficient to explain the existence of the universe must be just as in need of explanation as the universe itself. I think there are ways that we can respond to this argument. We could hash out what the word simple means here and talk about the concept of divine simplicity. On the other hand, it does challenge theists to say why God does not need explaining in the same way that, say, material objects do. It also encourages all of us to ask what it means to explain something. Dawkins implicitly assumes something like an interventionist theory of explanation. X is explained by Y when we can interact with Y to cause some effect on X.
It's brilliant that he says we have to ask what it means to explain something. So, and I will say this, when you ask people in the, a lot of people in academia who are biologists will do this, and it's so annoying. You'll be like, well, how did life begin on Earth? You know, we haven't even really defined life properly when we ask, not in a scholarly sense, not in an academic context. We have not defined life properly when we ask this question, because we do it from the examining things third person. We don't look at first person. We should to try and define life. You don't look at a cell and see what it does and be like, it has metabolism. It reacts to stimuli. You look at yourself and you say, I am alive. What would it mean if I wasn't? Okay. Now you actually can define life in a way that everybody can agree with. But if you're just like looking at things that you don't even know if they are sentient beings because you can't see their internal experience, you're just assuming that they are, or you're saying cells are alive. But so let's look at them, see what they do, and then we'll use that to define life. That is I don't even want to call it circular reasoning, but it is circular reasoning if I've ever seen it. It's incoherent. You're putting the cart before the horse. You can't do that. You have to define life by what it means to be alive. You do that by thinking about you and your experience of being alive, not by looking at things that you don't even know if they're alive. That doesn't make sense. So, but when people ask this though, again, side tangent, but this is why I'm going on, 3 hours on 4 or 5 clips at this point. It's because all of this stuff, the context that we assume, or the context that we assume that we have is lacking, and the context that we do have is false when it comes to all of these things. So I have to literally start from scratch every single time that I explain anything. And if you might not believe that I'm correct in what I'm assuming, but if you're here and you're listening to me, you have to assume my fundamental assumptions for the sake of argument. And so, or for the sake of consideration. Life, when we say, how did life begin? What we really mean is, how did cellular beings come to be? And we have no idea. In our current metaphysical assumptions do not have any explanation for this. And to say, well, one day we'll figure it out, that is not. You should not continue to assume your fundamental metaphysical assumptions if they don't offer some of the most basic explanations. But people will say, because of this, they go stupid, biologists, a lot of times, and you'll say, well, how did life begin on Earth? They'll say, well, what if it didn't begin on Earth? What if it began on another planet? And then an asteroid hit Mars, and there was already cellular life on Mars, which apparently NASA just announced that they have evidence of microbial life, ancient microbial life on Mars. I'm not opposed to that idea. That actually, it doesn't matter to sentient singularity theory, but it would be interesting to know either way whether or not that's true. But they just announced that last week, by the way, if you're not aware, which it should be all over the news, but we've had a emotional news cycle, so people haven't been paying attention to it. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying they believe that they have, NASA now believes, apparently, or NASA has announced that the people in charge there at least believe that they have evidence of ancient microbial life on Mars. Fascinating. So, but if it came from an on a meteor that was shot off from the surface of Mars by an asteroid hitting Mars, and then it orbited in the solar system and then crashed into Earth, and then now we have life on Earth. That doesn't tell us what we're trying to answer. Obviously, we're trying to figure out, where did cellular life come from, and also where did multicellular life come from? You can't say cells. We've never seen cells turn into multicellular life, except in the context of a being that already exists, like a human, single cell multiplying. But it's like a zygote. That's already a human though. But we've never seen like bacteria form an assembly that then gets somehow, it turns into a unified body of a single sentient being that gets stacked on top of that assembly of smaller sentient beings. We've never seen that and recognized it, at least. And that's the real question, is like, where does that come from, I guess? And I would say sentient singularity theory assumes that sentience is fundamental. So there's no question of, where did sentience come from? How did sentience emerge? Sentience didn't emerge. It exists in sentient singularity theory. And you can go to sentientsingularity.com and look at writings, and you can see an overview, a technical overview, technical description, and a poetic description. But sentient singularity theory assumes sentience is the inevitable nature of a single system that is all-encompassing and holistic, and that exists. And so the inevitability of that is that it is information, and it is informing itself about itself, and it is its own context, and and it is that information is coming from that existence. So it's like it is inevitable that this leads to some oneness, because it's an information system that is being informed about itself, by itself, within itself, about itself. It's like, what else is that? Because there's nothing outside of it. This means that if life is defined as sentience, if you take a first-hand definition of life, what would it mean if you look at, say, I'm alive? What does that mean? It either means sentient, or it means sentient and embodied and able to act kind of in the world. And I would say that the best definition for being alive is to be sentient and embodied, because otherwise life is just a synonym for sentient, and we don't want synonyms, because then life isn't a term that is necessary anymore. So sentience, a being that is sentient and embodied and in the cosmos, that is the definition of life. It is the inevitable, logical definition of life. In the context of sentient singularity theory, sentience exists, and that isn't something that needs an explanation. Why do I exist as a sentient being within a greater system that is, even if we assume that is a sentient being, logic implies it's God's choice, because existence is by definition is holistic, so it's one by structurally, initially, inevitably, it's one. So anything against that, any partitioning of that, would have to be against the inevitability, which means like it's choice. And that's it. It's not even something that there's no question anymore. It's just once you build enough context, and by the way, it took years to build this context, so I'm just trying to get it communicated in the next like half an hour because it's getting really late. But just recognize that it took me multiple years to build all of this, and I'm not even getting to all of it. You have to follow along with this channel. You're never going to learn about it all in one night, because you have to, even if you want to consider whether or not I'm right, then it means assuming an entirely different fundamental context than what you currently assume if you aren't currently a theist. And because sentient singularity theory is a fundamental theory. That's what it means to learn about a fundamental theory. It's not this disconnected thing that is, just reserved for physics. It's like, no, it's the context of everything. It's the nature and structure of existence itself. And it is all must be understood within the context of you as a mind within I would say eventually you'll deduce that you're a mind within a mind, but you're a mind within a system that is separate from you, because it's outside of you. And remember, outside means separate from oneness. You're inside God, which means you're separate and one with God. God is outside. I would say, is God outside of you? It's a little different for God, but like, if we're inside of a sentient being that isn't God, that is also inside God, which is like the universe is the first sentient being, and you're inside that, you're a cell inside that being, or something like that, essentially, which it's even a little different for that. But you just, when you think about the causality of it, it's just a little different from cells inside of a body, the way that we understand it. But still, if you think about it from your cell is inside of you, It's separate and one with you. You are outside of your cells, though. And so you're separate from one with your cells in some way. It's like you're not dependent upon any single cell that is part of your body. Yes, all of them at once, but not any single one. Otherwise, how is it that you don't, by the time you die, you have 0 cells that are the cells that you initially had? Unless you're a woman and you have eggs in your body. You're born with all your eggs. You die with the same eggs. The eggs that you die with are eggs that you also were born with. But they're separate from you completely. They don't compare to like a blood cell or something. It's funny because people ask the ship of Theseus argument all the time. It's like the ship of Theseus. Is it if you change the sails and you change the wood on the sides and you change the cannons out and you change the hardwood floors and you change the windows out after they get broken and eventually you've changed every part, is it still the ship of Theseus? Question is really, is it still Theseus's ship? Yes, if he owns it, but it's not. It is him and his use of it and his definition of it as being his ship, or us defining it as being his ship, that is what gives it coherence. It's always been his ship every time we've changed the windows. It's not the windows that matter. It's him, which means, again, the fundamental context is always sentient being. It's kind of logically inescapable, but another interesting way of thinking about it is you are born with different cells than you die with. Especially if you're a man, you die with none of the original cells that you're born with. Are you still the same person? Or are you different? You're still the same because there's a chain of, or there's a continuity of will that is present. And a continuity of feeling that is present. At no point did you stop feeling. At no point did you stop having will. And if you did, then if there was a break in will and a break in feeling that was a true break and a restart, then yeah, you would not be the same person. But you have continuity of will, continuity of feeling. Because you never don't feel, you are always feeling. Then you are always existing. It's like the ship of Theseus before cellular organism. It's way more interesting than the ship of Theseus question. But the ship of Theseus question is actually much more interesting than most people think. Everybody thinks it's about the components of the ship. It's not about the components of the ship. It's about the definition of what it means to be Theseus's ship. It's a linguistically interesting thought experiment. It's not a physically interesting thought experiment. But my point is, sentience seems inevitable in sentient singularity theory. By the definition of what existence is, the definition of existence, and the logical assumptions that we must assume based on our own firsthand experience about what it means to exist, which is to have feelings and to have will, and also logical extrapolations of what it means to have an enclosed system that is informational and what that implies about it being self-referential. I mean, there is an explanation for the existence of God in sentient singularity theory. What there isn't is a pre-existing cause of God's existence that pre-exists his existence. Existence by its own definition, logical definition, and by the nature of what that would imply, seems to inevitably lead to a sentient structure or a self-referential structure, an entirely self-referential structure that can only reference itself and what is within itself. That is a sentient structure, it seems. There's no need for a causer of God. There is an explanation for God. And we use the term explanation meaning like cause. That's what Hitchens or Dawkins or whoever he was referencing is how he's using the term explanation. He's using it to mean cause. If there is a cause of the universe existing, then there must, or an explanation, truly in the context of what I think is true and sentient singularity theory, it's like they're saying if there is a cause to other sentient beings that exist, then there must be a cause for God to exist. No. Not true. There is an explanation for your existence and for God's existence in sentient singularity theory, that it's entirely logical and absent scripture, any kind of scriptural foundation. It's not, it seems to be pretty aligned with some scripture, but it's not built on scripture. It's built on logic. That's why talking about religions is not how you discuss God. Not initially. Talking about religions is kind of how you discuss people in the context of God, not God. Okay, let's see here. Okay. All that to say that there is only one common argument for the existence of God that I think is actually logical. And there's many logical arguments for God. I try and talk about them, but there's one that is common, and that's it. Everything else is wrong. God of the gaps, Cambrian explosion, the multiverse is a terrible theory, as what's his name said, even Joe Folley, he's right. The idea that when people say how is it that we exist in a universe that seems so perfectly tuned for life to be created. Again, you don't even know what life means when you're stating this. So it's just flawed. It's a flawed context, false context in the first place. But when people say things like the multiverse, what if there's an infinite amount of universes and with an infinite amount of physical laws, and we just happen to exist in the one that leads to us existing, and that therefore gets rid of the idea of the requirement for intentionality. And I will say there is a requirement for intentionality. There just isn't a requirement for intelligent design in the way that we think of intelligent design. It's just a watchmaker who was like, I want to make a green one. No, I don't think God has any choice in what is green and what is not. I think the fact that we see the sky as blue and water as blue metaphysically is specifically there is constrained even. I don't think God chose that we would conceptualize of those two things as the same color. Even when you think about the sky, you think about it being blue. When you think about the water, you think about it being blue, even though it's not, neither one of them is really blue, but it's perceived by us as blue and conceived by us as blue. I don't think that God even had a choice in that. But so I obviously don't agree with fine tuning. But the problem with the multiverse idea is that it destroys any it inherently argues against the idea that causality and logic exists. Because if there's many infinite different universes with infinite different laws, what are those laws dependent upon? What are they constrained by? They are constrained by logical and mathematical and quantitative, logical and mathematical laws in a quantitative context. And you're basically saying that there are instances in which logic doesn't exist. If you believe that there's infinite universes with infinite sets of laws, you have denounced logic as as something that you even believe in at all, on a fundamental level. Which they wouldn't do that. They would say, no, I believe in logic on a fundamental level. We should use logic. We should think about things logically. Maybe we exist in a multiverse and we just exist in the universe that has the laws perfect for the emergence of life. Why would the laws be different in another universe if logic is logic? They wouldn't. They wouldn't. You couldn't deduce anything. You couldn't think about anything. You couldn't conceive of anything. You couldn't construct anything without a causal constraints, logical causal constraints that are independent of which universe you are within. It's nonsense. It's the worst idea to ever be proposed, possibly by us, within academia. And the reason it is logical if you're trying to explain just the context of why this world could have seemingly perfect context or circumstances or a perfect environment for life to exist, whatever that even means. You have no definition. But it's absent any other kind of context. The context is, what they don't realize is that the goal was to try and erase God. And what they really did is they erased logic. And they didn't actually erase God. They erased logic. Because they didn't answer anything. They didn't answer anything about the prime mover or initial causality, which is the only good argument for God that is common, by the way. I know I'm going all over the place, but again, just put yourself in my shoes and think about what it is like to try and explain why a question of how does life begin is not even a good question, because we haven't even defined life, and we're not only that, we aren't even going about that endeavor properly. And in fact, we don't even need to go about that endeavor, because we intrinsically, intuitively have already defined it, because we know that we're alive and we know what that means. But we don't think about that at all as being relevant to what it means for a cell to be alive or for a dog to be alive. We don't think about that at all. We think about metabolism and it's made of cells. Why? What does that even mean? I don't think that we've thought about any of these things. And I have to explain the whole context, starting at the beginning, of why existence is inevitably someone, in order to give the context, and then build from there to build the context of why it doesn't even make sense to ask what's the origin of life, and not even it doesn't even make sense to try and explain it when you have the proper metaphysical foundations. It's already explained. It doesn't even make sense to try and define it externally, because we already know what it means to be alive firsthand internally. It's exhausting. And this isn't to belittle anybody at all. It's not anybody's fault. So I'm not saying you don't know, so I have to explain it to you. I'm saying our entire common scientific assumptions and academic and scholastic assumptions, especially metaphysically, are completely flawed. And the way that we attempt at going about figuring out what they should be is flawed. And that leads to a lot of other flaws. You build a house on a foundation without any foundation, you're not going to really be building a very good house. So, all right. But they talk about why is God immune to the regress, and which is what I was just explaining.
You can immediately see that Dawkins' response to this argument, that they make the entirely unwarranted assumption that God himself is immune to the regress, no longer works. Aquinas does give a reason to say that God is immune to the regress, because he begins by showing that there's a point of pure actuality and builds outwards from there. As I said, I don't think that Aquinas' arguments do prove God because I don't agree with their metaphysical premises, but Dawkins' critique here leaves them frustratingly untouched. Ironically, I do think that Phaser also does the same.
Good for him for recognizing that, and I don't know Aquinas' metaphysical descriptions of pure actuality or whatever he called it, but I would call it fundamental existence. But I doubt that they are mine if he doesn't agree with it. I'm not saying he would agree with me if he heard me, but it's really hard to argue against. It's really hard to have a different answer than me if I say, what is the truest thing that you know? You're going to have the same answer as me.
Thing with some of the other philosophers that he examines. For example, he caricatures Hume extensively in his book by leaving out almost all of the reasoning for his positions. He also dismisses Kantian ethics outright while ignoring 200 years of scholarship on it, which specifically addresses his critiques. This is not unusual for a popular book, but it's just a little bit of a shame considering how much Phaser, quite rightly, takes the New Atheist to task for doing the exact same thing to Aquinas. At points, the New Atheists are pretty open about the cursory nature of their theological investigations. In an updated preface, Dawkins does concede that his book is aimed to target the average believer rather than a theologian, and there is some value in this. However, this does sort of place the stated conclusions of the New Atheist out of line with what they have demonstrated. Specifically, I'm thinking about the second claim, that it is unreasonable to believe in God. It seems that the bar for unreasonability would be that there's no scenario in which you could reasonably believe in premises that underpin a logically valid argument for God. This would involve refuting all purported reasons or presenting a truly insoluble problem with a belief in God. I think the New Atheist attempt at this is to invoke Russell's teapot, which is to ask if the same claim that's made about God could also be made about an invisible, intangible teapot which orbits the Earth. As a general litmus test for claims, I actually don't think this is a bad idea, but very few theologians have tried to argue for God in this way. Natural theologians, for example, tend to infer from some fact about the world to some way that God must be like. There are reasons to be skeptical of their specific arguments, but this is quite different from positing something totally unfalsifiable. For example, historically, some theologians have argued from the inviolability and total regularity of physical laws to the existence of a physical lawmaker, and have been challenged in recent years by the quantum conception of certain physical laws as stochastic rather than deterministic.
Trying to argue for God's existence by looking at physics laws, and as somebody who, I don't know the equations as well as somebody who's memorized them in school, but I know a lot about physics and the context of it. And it doesn't make any sense to look at physical laws to try and argue for the existence of God, because you're basically having to define God also by these laws of physics, which you can't do. You have to look at what it means, what you must assume about what it means to exist. That's what you have to do. And you have to do that starting by looking at what it means for you to exist and asking, what is the truest thing that I know? You can't, you start anywhere else. If you start anywhere else, you will fail. First principles starts with first person first. What does your experience tell you about XYZ? About what it means to exist? About what it means to be a being? What is feeling? What is will? All these things. But I will. So I agree completely with anybody who thinks that you can't argue God from physics. You can't argue God from physics. Not well. You can argue physics from God, but you cannot argue God from physics. In fact, I would say you cannot actually argue physics from, in order to argue for physics, you must argue from God. Causality there are two components to causality in sentient singularity theory: choice and determinism. I choose to take an action, and there are inevitabilities due to logical constraints that are going to be the consequences of that action. choice is a component of causality. It's a component of causality in every instance in which you have seen it. Any instance of causality in which you've seen the initiality of it, and the beginning and the end of a causal chain, has always been somebody caused it in your experience. You could say, well, no, I didn't see who causes the wind, and the wind blew if you have a stack of dominoes and the wind blows over the first domino and it hits all the dominoes, and nobody caused that. You don't know, like, what's causing the wind to blow, and you can't be like temperatures and stuff. That's explaining the how, not the why. And we do this a lot in science today. We say the how and we call it the why. Why does the Earth have weather? Well, because of temperature changes and moisture changes and no. That's how weather unfolds. That's not why weather is happening. That's not, you could be like, well, because the planet is orbiting around the sun. Why is that happening? Why is the universe spinning? Why are things spinning in the universe? That's the question. Why does spin exist? I think that you can actually logically extrapolate the answer to that question. But spin is the reason, you could say. It's the closest thing to a non-sentient answer to the reason for weather. But you still have no reason, no explanation for the spin in the first place. And you have to. A prime mover, this is what I'm talking about, it is a requirement for not only the existence of multiplicity, prime chooser, but the appearance of even inanimate causality chains must be explained within the context of a prime mover. But your existence is only explained in the context of a prime chooser. If you don't believe that, then you in the comments, and I'll see if anybody posts anything there. Maybe you can give me an alternative explanation for your existence, and do not say my parents copulated and then my mom got pregnant and then I was born. That's the how, not the why. Hear this. Let's see.
And this is why I personally distance myself from New Atheism as a general movement, is that it sort of ceased to be curious. This is just anecdotal, and perhaps it is merely my own experience, but I gradually found that the atheists I knew who were very into this movement went from considering whether God existed to assuming that he did not exist and becoming completely closed to any counterargument. It gradually felt less like we all happened to agree on a particular philosophical position and more like we were part of a tribe. Atheism became billed as a kind of package deal with a load of other philosophical positions that it definitely doesn't imply, like eliminative materialism and a sort of simplistic view of consequentialism. I think we gradually developed this sort of arrogance about our underlying position that was not justified by the arguments that we made. Disbelief seemed to rely less and less on argumentation and skepticism and more more on ridicule or just general vibes. I know that to a certain extent this is what happens when a philosophical position becomes a public phenomenon, but it was still unfortunate. Surely us non-believers ought to welcome the possibility that there might be a God. This is the strange burden of holding a negative position on anything. Your argument is never technically done, but must always be open to revision. Ultimately, I think the issue with New Atheism is that it bit off a little bit more than it could chew. Case for non-belief, but treated belief as if it was something.
Yeah, he's right. But I would say this about the lack of curiosity. It's the same in theological traditions, though. Catholics and people who are, Hasidic Jews, and people who, not all of them, but most of them, and people who are Protestant Baptists, and people who are Sunni Muslims, and people who are Confucian Buddhists, and Mormons, they all suffer from the same thing. Most of them, which is they accept what they have been, what they know, and the thing is, that's fine. And they don't. Not everybody has to be curious to the same degree in everything. That's why there's multiple people that exist. But just it's not even about curiosity. It's just about humility, and which is honesty with oneself about oneself. And that's it. Humility is not fake humility, like, oh my gosh, how could I ever, why would I ever assume that I could answer these questions? That's not humility. Humility is, I'm going to honestly try, and I'm going to recognize that I have this position, and I'm going to try and be honest about what it would mean to have the opposite position. And I'm going to steel man that person's position as much as possible. I'm not going to take this straw man version of what I don't believe in, or what is the opposite of my default assumption, and then just try and shoot it down. I'm going to actually be honest with myself about what I believe and what I now must assume in order to honestly and actually consider a new idea. And then I'm going to honestly think about what the implications of that would be. And that's it. Like, that's humility. It's honesty with oneself about oneself. That's it. That's all it's defined as. We think we know what humility looks like because we see politicians on TV being like, oh, I would never think that I could have become president. No, there was a point in which you thought you could be president. Otherwise you wouldn't have ran. It's fake humility. It's performative. It's not real. And it's actually the opposite of humility in a deep way, because it's a belief that what is true, honestly true for you, is not, other people are not worthy of knowing what is honestly true to your understanding of yourself. You have to think less of them to do that. But the other thing that I want to point out is when he says, I understand that when a mainstream philosophical movement or an idea goes public or goes mainstream or gets big, it just gets dogmatic in a way, and tribal, more so than honest and intellectual. That's absolutely true. And it's true of political movements, political parties, religions or theological traditions, anti-theological traditions like New Atheism, and physics movements like string theorists. This is just a human phenomenon, and it's just caused by group instincts, and also by the change in who is involved. If you're the creator of a movement is not the same as somebody who is kind of ushered into it or born into it. You can see this in like Silicon Valley. The people who create these companies are always people who dropped out of school. They were discontent people who wanted to see a new system. They didn't think that the current system was good, and they saw beyond the current system. The people who end up running the companies after the founders step down or die are people who did very well in school, did not drop out. They have a degree from the Ivy League educations. They're the opposite type of person. But they'll claim to be part of the same ideology or movement or group, but it's not. The group changes. And I think about this with Sentient Singularity Theory a lot. And it bothered me a little of like, if my ideas were true, then I would obviously want them to catch on. But if they did catch on, then it would inevitably, the Sentient Singularity Theory will be inevitably eventually, if it ever goes mainstream, it will be twisted and used for things that it wasn't intended. And it will not be understood by the majority of people who claim to believe in it. Because there's a difference between the people like you right here now, and there's like double-digit people watching or whatever, maybe single, I don't know, versus because you're genuinely curious, and personally motivated, versus just people who are like learned about something in school and they just ran with it. Look at Einstein, who was a theist, and and yet is idolized by people who gaslight him into arguing for an anti-theistical position. It like Michio Kaku or something. It's not the same people anymore the people who came up with quantum the standard model and the original rules of quantum physics or quantum mechanics are not the people who claim to believe in it now. They're just not. And I bet you they were much more theistic. They were, if you look at them. I'm not saying all of them are theists, but if we look at people who, like Isaac Newton and all these thinkers that are idolized within the scholastic circles, almost all of them were theists. And their theism is ignored or usually and sometimes ridiculed, and it's usually just assumed, nobody, some people are ignorant on everything, or everybody's ignorant on something. That's a way of putting it. It's like just dismissed. They broke ground. You don't break ground without having some correct philosophical assumptions that are foundational. We haven't broken ground in a long time. There are new scientific discoveries being made. There are new engineering, achievements happening, and incremental improvement, and sometimes even a novel discovery here or there that's applicable to engineering. But there are no fundamental scientific breakthroughs that are being made, and there have not been made since the quantum revolution. Why? Maybe there's a problem with our metaphysical assumptions. That's what I mean by humble. It's like, don't assume everybody's ignorant, or don't assume that people were ignorant just because they came before you necessarily, or that somebody is ignorant. But definitely recognize that whenever something goes mainstream, it's almost always populated by a majority that is ignorant. Just as a fact. That doesn't mean you don't say what is true just because eventually somebody will twist it. You still should say what is true. The idea that you could not say what is true and therefore avoid the negative repercussions of people misinterpreting and misapplying that which is true is the opposite of humility. It is arrogance and ignorance, and prideful. You cannot stop the truth just by not telling anybody. That just makes you that means you're the only one who knows and the only one who ever will know. It's just a ridiculous idea. But you have to contend with these things when you think about this stuff, and you're like, come up with this idea that you want to be understood by as many people as possible. But if it goes mainstream, most of those people right now, at least in our current way of education and everything, will not actually understand it. They will just accept it, which means they'll misinterpret it. Just like quantum mechanics. Like how many people who are physicists will say, no, probability in quantum mechanics is not just a tool, or it's not just an observation of a deterministic system from outside. It is that existence is fundamentally probabilistic. No, that doesn't make any sense. All you need to do is understand what probability is in order to do that. You don't need to understand fundamental existence in order to recognize how ridiculous that idea is. But it has become the mainstream idea in physics. It's crazy. And you end up, when it goes mainstream, with this
strange burden of holding a negative position on anything. Your argument is never technically done, but must always be open to revision. Ultimately, I think the issue with New Atheism is that it bit off a little bit more than it could chew. It aimed to not just make a case for non-belief, but treated belief as if it was something that only a stupid person can have, and that the correct response for any argument for God was simple mockery. Moreover, this blinded New Atheists like myself to where we might have misunderstood existing religious arguments and caused us to just be overconfident in our conclusions. It seemed to jump very quickly from some religious arguments are clearly flawed to all arguments for God must be ridiculous. As an inference, this just never quite made sense, and it made New Atheist claims look spurious even where they might have had a point. I think this is part of why people reject it wholesale now, including the parts where it may have been correct. But for all this critique, I am quite thankful for some of the long-term effects of New Atheism, because I think that it has advanced public debate about religion, and it's made people aware of some issues that might have otherwise passed them by. The remaining
I don't even think that that's the case. I think all the negatives from religion are just human tribal the negatives of human tribalness and a lack of combined with a lack of wisdom and selfishness. Like that's what I think. And it's just social instincts, schoolyard instincts manifest in adults. But what he's so I don't think that New Atheism did any good, actually. But I think that it was fundamentally the turning point of it's okay, believing that, or changing the general culture from it's impolite to be critical of people who are theists in public or of religions. And it changed that culture, even though that culture was present in an anti-theistic academic culture already. It was just not, they would just say things like, you can believe whatever you want, but, what if there's a multiverse? It's like, it wasn't, if you believe in God created, the universe, then you're stupid. It shifted, though, to that. And not even that, it shifted to, if you believe in God, then you believe in my interpretation of this, of certain things written in scriptures, and so that I think are morally bad, and so therefore I think you're morally bad. It's a very just flawed and vast-ranging set of issues that arose from it. But I think we were already existing in an anti-theistic context, in a scholastic or academic sense. It just became acceptable to mock theism publicly. That's the only thing that New Atheism did, I think. And yeah, it made it like acceptable to sometimes criticize certain actions that are associated with certain theological traditions, but it's focused it on the theological tradition instead of on people and the universal flaws that we have that come from being a being with instincts that evolved in a different context than technological civilization, and also just being unable to see the big picture because we are a small sliver of the big picture. And this just causes ignorance, and ignorance combined with selfishness causes all kinds of problems, especially when it erupts and on a kind of social level. That's what the negatives come from, though. They don't come from theological anything. It's not from theism. But this leads to like really one of the most, like, even when you ask people like about what is the best argument against God, they'll say the problem of evil. It's like, how could an all good God exist who loves everyone, but there's evil and terrible and awful and unfortunate and sad things that happen to people? And first of all, God isn't defined by being loving. I do think God is loving, and our existence being here is evidence of that. But when we get here, we have to contend with the consequences of human decisions. Some of those decisions happened generations before us. Some of those decisions or those actions, I don't even want to say decisions, those actions happened generations before us. They result in cancer today. It's like, well, why did God, how could God exist and how could God be good if, little kids get cancer? They didn't do anything wrong. It's like, well, no, they didn't. But that doesn't mean that actions weren't taken by ignorant human beings that pump chemicals into, the water table or something like that. I don't understand the problem of evil. We do evil actions, sometimes due to ignorance, sometimes due to decision that is conscious, and it's almost always partially due to ignorance, because if we could see things from a God's eye view, we would not do the things that we do. I don't understand what the problem of evil is. It's not a good argument against God's existence. It's an argument for free will. That's all it is. It's not an argument against God's existence. It's an argument for free will. But it's funny because usually people who argue against free will, like Sam Harris, who has a terrible definition for free will that's false, will also be the ones that argue against God by using the example of like a kid getting leukemia. Like, there's consequences to actions. There must be. Even if there's a God, he cannot eliminate consequence from actions. He has to work within the consequences of actions for the most part. And also, theists believe that it's not the end after you die. So if you get cancer and die, and then you continue to be sentient and aware, but just no longer able to make changes in the world, you're in heaven, quote unquote, or saved, or whatever you want to call it, the afterlife. It changes the context of of how you should judge that God. It means you can't judge God based on the circumstances of any individual human life. It's just not it's not an argument from somebody who truly understands any of the context here or the definition of God. When you have the proper philosophical context, the questions disappear. You don't just get answers to questions. You do get the ability to ask certain questions, but the questions that you already have asked but then have never been able to answer all of a sudden are no longer questions. You can ask new questions, and the answers should naturally, logically be extrapolatable, mainly to the context of the question you've asked itself. This is like free will. Do we have free will, or is the universe deterministic? This is a terrible question. There is no answer to this question. Will and determinism are codependent components of causality. So you can't make a choice without the repercussions of your actions being inevitable to some degree, at least some of them. Otherwise, you can't make a choice. How do you choose to throw a ball over there? When you choose to throw the ball over there, it doesn't go over there. It goes over there, or over there, or over there, or over there. Now you can't. If you knew that that was going to be the case, that you couldn't predict what the consequences of your actions were going to be, then you couldn't actually make a choice. If you come to a fork in the road and there's two paths, and you don't know which way each one goes, you want to get to the ocean, and one of those paths goes to the ocean, one of them goes to the mountains. You have no idea which one goes where. You cannot make a choice of which path to go down to get to the ocean. You can choose to flip a coin, and that's a choice, but the choice is to flip a coin. It's not to pick the path to the ocean. You have to know that which path goes to the ocean to make the choice to go down the path that leads to the ocean. This is what I mean by I tried to have this be a coherent stream. I hope it was to some degree. I'm almost done. but I found myself rambling and doing a bunch of side tangents, a lot more than I was hoping, but they weren't most of them were not really side tangents. It's that every single clip explaining why some clips make sense, and especially those that don't, requires presenting an alternative context that is coherent and foundational and holistic. I mean, it's just tough to do that in a single go. I'm going to, so let's see here. I mean, that's what happens when you have a movement populated by people that don't understand what's actually the concepts that the movement is supposedly built around is mockery. And you get people like, I don't want to say people like, but you get a lot of behavior that is just mocking of theists. And that's, I mean, but the thing is like their idea of what it means to be a theist and their definition of God is ridiculous. That's why they think that theists are ridiculous, is because their definition of God is ridiculous. And so they believe that theists are ridiculous. And then therefore, what do you do with somebody who's so illogical to believe something so ridiculous? Mock them, I guess. That's like the logical inevitability. Like, you know, Dave Farina does this a lot. And I've talked about it on this channel before. He doesn't even know what the definition of God is. And he's not the only one. I'm just using him as an example. But it is tough to get people to really start making changes on, or start to reconsider a new perspective, because it's not just one thing that they have to reconsider. They have to reconsider their foundational assumptions, academic assumptions. They have to then contend with the social consequences of it if they are within academia, and that causes financial consequences for them, because that's their job. It's a really, really tough thing to try and change from an anti-theistic academic culture back to one that is thinking again. And you can be a theistic academic culture that is not thinking, and it probably is inevitable, but it starts with a theistic culture that is thinking. And I don't know what the implications of that are going to be. Talks about like what is the future of scholarly theism, and I can tell you exactly what it is.
Targets of New Atheism. Things like young Earth creationism probably do hold less sway now than before the New Atheist phenomenon. They're certainly less intellectually respectable. To that extent, it did its job and can retire to a sunlit villa in the Maldives. Moreover, from the backlash to New Atheism, a more sophisticated wave of apologists gained much more public traction. People like Ed Feser or Justin Brierley or William Lane Craig, who have popularized some much more scholarly brands of theism. As someone who's broadly just pro-people learning philosophy, I see this as an absolute win. But now that this particular moment in history has died down a little, where do we go from here? What have we learned from New Atheism and its associated responses? Well, the first thing is perhaps a little bit of humility around fields that are as expansive as the arguments for and against God's existence. If there's one thing that I noticed from both recapping New Atheist literature and those responding to it, it was that neither side really bothered to engage with the strongest versions of one another's arguments. I mentioned Feser's caricaturing of Hume earlier and Dawkins' misunderstanding of Aquinas, but I could have just as easily talked about Hitchens' assertion that religion is mostly wishful thinking, or Frank Turek's claim that either someone created the universe or no one did, which is almost a satirical example of a false dichotomy.
This, I will say, is probably the biggest, other than not starting from trying to define God, trying to deduce a definition of God. At the beginning of this video, this was Joe Folley's biggest mistake, is his claim that the idea that either someone created the universe or nobody created the universe is a false dichotomy. It's not a false dichotomy. but there is actually like a better question, which is, or better statement, which is either someone created multiplicity or nobody created, or someone created created multiplicity, or no one created someone, or no one created everyone. It's like, and when you look at even the linguistic logic of what you're stating there, it doesn't make any sense. No one created everyone. It's like, what you're trying to say is that emergence of sentience is just logically inevitable, and not multiplicity of sentience, not sentience. And it's tough because like sentience is logically inevitable. Multiplicity of sentience is not. In fact, it requires choice and action. And so it's like very specific things must be stated about it. It's not just the same answer for both of those. If sentience is inevitable, then for God, if God's sentience is inevitable, then your sentience is inevitable. No. God's sentience is inevitable. Yours is not. It is. It's dependent upon a choice. But when you say things like, oh, either nobody created the universe or somebody created the universe, and you claim that's a false dichotomy, it's not. It's actually the real question here is like, when you say the universe, what does that mean? You have to define it. And I'm defining it as multiplicity of sentience. And everyone else. Because inanimate things in sentient singularity theory come from beings. Beings do not come from inanimate things. And so within that context, the real issue is either someone created, or the definition of the universe in that context is multiplicity of sentience. And so either some singularity of sentience created the multitude of additional sentiences within itself, or no one did, I guess. No one just emerged. I don't know what that even means, but universe, it's like, what, you have to define that when you even say that. But either someone created the universe or nobody did. If by universe you mean the laws of physics, nobody created the laws of physics. They were inevitable, I think. But you weren't inevitable. Just how you were created was inevitable. Or physically, how your physical body was created was, God had no choice in, really. But, or the laws that govern how your body behaves, the physics behind it, the chemistry behind it, the biology behind it. There's no choice in that, not even with God. But you, as a soul, as someone, being partitioned from the big capital S someone that is sentient existence itself, aka God, that was a choice. Like, this is why this is so hard. What is, I can't even say that the question of, or the statement of either someone created the universe or nobody did, I can't even say that's true or false, or that's a false dichotomy, or it's a true dichotomy, because we don't even know what the universe, we don't have a definition of what the universe is that's actually universal and coherent. And you need such a complete context to have that definition. And when you have that complete context, the definition is multiplicity of sentience. So either somebody created everyone else or nobody created everyone. Or nobody created anyone. That's really what the statement would be. But this is why this stream that I wanted, this was a 35-minute video that I'm trying to dissect on this, on the stream tonight. It is, I'm scared to even look at how long we've been going. see. How long has this been going? Almost 4 hours. We're going to end it in a minute because I try and keep them to under 3. I can't even dissect a 35-minute video. It's easier to do this with quantum physics videos than it is with just videos about theism initially, because it doesn't require as much context. I will just show this last final clip.
If you fancy something a bit more head-on, the debate between Bertrand Russell and Frederick Copleston is a great example of a genuine clash in theist and atheist positions. In particular, it's worth unpicking the first exchange, where Copleston infers the existence of a necessary being, and Russell argues that only propositions that are true by definition can be necessary. More foundational disagreements.
I thought that was the most genius way of justifying an idiotic position I've ever heard of in my life. I need to watch that, and then we'll talk about it another week. What did he say? He says,
only propositions that are true by
basically
is a great example of a genuine clash in theist and atheist positions. In particular, it's worth unpicking the first exchange, where Copleston infers the
Copleston, I don't even know who he is,
existence of a necessary being,
infers the existence of a necessary being or a first mover or of a first causer,
and Russell argued
of an initial causer.
That only
and then Bertrand Russell
that are true by definition can be necessary.
Argues that only true propositions that are true by definition can be necessary. So he's basically saying, but that's false, and so it's not necessary. So he's literally avoiding it, or he's not actually avoiding it. But it's like he's basically in a really genius way calling the idea of a first mover idiotic and saying, I don't need to contend with it because it's false, and I only need to contend with statements that are true. Which is really, really, really genius way of justifying an idiotic, maintaining an idiotic position, or of avoiding contending with an idiotic position that you hold. Idiocy and genius are moments, by the way, that everybody has. Everybody has moments of genius. Everybody has moments of idiocy. Nobody is an idiot. Nobody is a genius. Despite what, I don't know, Dave Farina would say. But I'm going to go to the chat. That was exhausting. And if Joe Folley ever watches that and watches it all the way through, just know I really appreciate the video that he made, and think he is very skilled, philosophically skilled. And I look forward to watching more videos of his. I respect the videos that he put out, even if I disagree with some things about what he said. I agree with many things that he said, and you should subscribe to his channel. You should watch his actual 35-minute video linked below. It's not 4 hours. Let's go to the chat, and then we'll wrap it up. I can't believe how difficult that was. I don't even know if it's avoidable to like condense, to find ways to, I don't know if it's possible to find ways to condense the context. I will say this, we have a Discord server. If you want to join our Discord and participate in our call, I can't say weekly calls anymore because I'm still working on, we've taken a break and I'm working on finding a new schedule, but we used to do weekly calls. We will start doing regular calls again, and you can talk to me about anything on there, voice calls. It's open topic, and it's a great group of people. In those conversations, those people understand sentient singularity theory already for the most part. I don't have to explain all of this stuff to them, and so you can get to like a lot of concepts much more quickly in a discussion. But when I'm when I have to explain why atheism is a term that we shouldn't even use, and I have to define God and then define theism first, it does require all of that context. And you can find that context in all my videos. So, but I wonder if it's how I should handle in the future, how much context I should just give, or how much context I should just allow people who are genuinely curious to go and figure out on their own about my work by joining Discord talks, by talking to other people in there, by speaking to me on the voice calls, by watching previous videos that I've done. Because I have videos on all of these topics that are much more. I have videos about the logical and mathematical constraints of the creation of the universe or multiplicity. And, you can't even get to that without getting through everything that we've gone through tonight. I just have to assume that you already know it and then just start there for the most part. It's tough. But I value everybody who stuck through it and everybody who even tried and failed. Please hit the like button. And I'm going to go to the chat and then we're going to call it. Okay. If you ever have any questions for me, by the way, in the chat, tag me, because sometimes when you guys start talking to each other, I don't know that you're talking to each other. Okay. My gosh, the chat went crazy. It says, agnostic is neither belief nor disbelief in God. The belief is that nothing is known or can be known about God's or supernatural phenomenon. What is supernatural? You can't say you can be agnostic about God and that agnosticism means a lack of a belief, is neither a belief or a disbelief in God. It is the belief that nothing is known or can be known about God's or supernatural phenomenon. What is supernatural phenomenon? I don't even know what that is. I told you, I've said this before. Somebody once asked me, do you believe in the supernatural? Because they knew that my theory was had theistic implications. They were trying to make me look like a fool. They were like, do you believe in the supernatural? I was like, what do you mean by supernatural? They were like, just answer the question. And I was like, I can't answer the question if I don't know what you mean by supernatural. Tell me what you mean. And they were like, no, just answer the question. And they like accused me of dodging. And I was like, I'm not dodging. I want to answer it as honestly as I can. So I need to know how you are defining it. And in order to give you the answer that you want. And then he wouldn't give me a definition because he hadn't thought of it rigorously. And I knew that. And I was like, okay, there's two possible definitions for supernatural that allow us to maintain linguistic coherence. One of them is going to be redundant and useless, and the other one is going to be useful, but maybe not what he expected. And I was like, the first definition for supernatural is that which doesn't exist, but many people do believe exists. And the second definition of supernatural is, or he said this was about paranormal. He said, do you believe in the paranormal, I think? No, it was supernatural. I think it was one of the two. And then I was like, the other definition for supernatural or paranormal, I think he said paranormal, but similar enough, that we could go with is that which does exist and is just not understood yet by current science. And I was like, but the thing is if you take either one of those definitions, you already know my answer anyways. If you say paranormal or supernatural is defined as that which doesn't exist, but many people believe does exist. Why would I believe in that if I knew that that was the definition? And if paranormal or supernatural means that which does exist, but many people don't believe it exists, or that there is no current scientific explanation for, or that which does exist but is beyond our current understanding. That's what I said. Why wouldn't you believe in that if that was the definition of paranormal or supernatural? That which does exist but is beyond our current understanding. That works more for paranormal than supernatural, but still, my point is, have you even thought about what these words really mean? And not looked it up, deduced it. deduced what they mean, deduced what they must mean, not thought about how people use them, or looked up what the definitions or possible definitions or multiple definitions, listed definitions are on Google or in the dictionary. You don't need a dictionary to even deduce definitions of words. You just need to understand the context and also the meaning of the root words within them, of the components of the words. And you can deduce what they mean. You don't need to even know how people use them, and you don't need to look them up in a dictionary. Language is a constructive endeavor, and it is composed of a bunch of pieces of a puzzle. And you don't need to know what the shape of the puzzle piece that you're looking for. You don't need to see the piece in order to know what the shape is. You can know what the shape is going to be before you find the piece by looking at the shape of the pieces around it. And the same thing goes with deducing the definition of words, the true definition. Isn't the claim that you have the burden of proof to demonstrate that nothing can be known about God? If nothing can be known about why would you believe that? How isn't that in and of itself something that you would have to know about God? Like, if agnosticism is defined as the belief that nothing can be known and nothing is known about God, if it was defined as belief that nothing is known about God, wouldn't you have to know about God in order to know that which is assumed to be known about God is not known, and therefore it's self-defeating? And same thing goes with it. It is the belief that nothing can be known about God. Isn't that knowing something about God? Like, it just doesn't make sense. This is what I mean by definitions, true definitions, can be logically deduced. And how we use them and what they're listed as in dictionaries is not always a true definition. What makes it a true definition is it doesn't cause a redundancy, and it maintains linguistic and logical coherence. That's it. That's not alive. Okay, you guys are talking to each other, so I'm going to skip around, but because I'm trying to close this out. Time and space are properties of the Big Bang. The quantum field is non-contingent. I don't even think you know what that means, to be quite honest. And I might be wrong, and that is an assumption that I'm making, but I don't think that you would say that if you, like, time and space are properties of the Big Bang, or they're perspectives perceived by sentient beings, that primarily. What causes the emergence of those perspectives? That's a good question. But saying time and space, like, what is time even? I think that there is an answer that makes sense, but time is probably a definition that is not common. It's just causality beyond time. The perception of the passage of time is the perception of causality beyond you. That's it. The idea that there's time and space, that they are these separate and objective and fundamentally existent, but structures that are even absent any subjective perception, is not backed by anything. And I'm not even saying it's not true. It's just not, it doesn't make sense to assume that because there's no evidence for it. And in the philosophical logic about how these definitions, what would be defined as within specific contexts, it just doesn't end up being what is our common assumptions. And here's the last clip that I'll actually show, because this is actually important. It's relevant to that, and then I'm going to call it. Where is this? he said, this was another mistake, I think, by
As it
Joe
happens,
Folley.
I do disagree with the idea that this implies a God for a number of reasons that I can't go fully into here. For example, even if we accept the Aristotelian backdrop, I reject Aquinas' later arguments that a point of pure actuality needs to be unique or personal. I think that a mathematical or logical object is just one example of something that has no potential in the Aristotelian sense. It cannot change, yet is still not personal, and there can obviously be more than one of them.
That is very logically flawed. And I think about this a lot. I think that the way that we're taught math has caused us it broke our brain. Everybody asks this question, is mathematics discovered or created? It's not a good question, but there is something about it that we're trying to figure out by asking this question. And when you place things into the context of sentient singularity theory, the idea that there are mathematical concepts or shapes that exist abstractly outside of any perception or conception doesn't make any sense. And it actually doesn't make any sense physically either, because if nobody is there to conceive of a perfect circle, then there is no such thing as a perfect circle. It's only within our conception of a perfect circle does a perfect circle even exist, or a square, perfect square. Does a perfect square exist, absent anybody to conceive of a perfect square or to perceive of a perfect square? No, it doesn't. And you can say, no, it's this mathematical object that exists because math exists. No, it's actually conceived and constructed. Just like language, a word does not exist absent anybody's conception or perception of that word, and absent the context of the understanding of its concept. And the same exact thing goes with mathematical structure and geometric structure. I mean, but we don't think that. We think math is fundamental and that math exists, and even when nobody else exists. That's not true at all. Geometry is a constructive, is structurally constructive due to the understanding and the perception of certain perspectives. If they don't exist, then geometry doesn't exist. If nobody's perceiving certain perspectives, then those perspectives don't exist. Those angles, those intersections, those interactions do not exist. And same thing goes with even the concept of one. If there's no sum one as the initial sum one, then there's no concept of one. I don't even think the concept of quantity can exist absent God, because God is sum one. If God is something, then there is no one to start from. You could say conceptually, yeah, no, there's still, we start with one. Why? Why is there even one existence? Why is there even existence? It doesn't make, it literally logically falls apart. And I think the concept of personhood or someoneness that he's saying isn't required, that Joe Folley is saying isn't required, because there's mathematical structures that can exist absent and that don't have personhood. But there are no mathematical concepts or structures that exist absent someone to perceive or conceive of those structures, and that just doesn't make sense. There's no like multiple squares, by the way, either. There's like one square, if it is the abstract square, and there's one not rectangle. There's one octagon. That's equal. There's one equilateral triangle. It's not multiple. This is really philosophically deep, and I understand that. But he made a philosophically very deep statement. I just think he's wrong. But it is very deep. The fact that he even said that is impressive, but I literally was thinking about this all week last week, and I think about it periodically, of like how the idea that mathematics exists, that mathematical structure exists, the quantity exists absent any one, is not backed by anything. It's just that we use math for everything, and so we think that it exists. It is, this fundamental field. Mathematics is not the fundamental field. Okay, mathematics is a language, and that's why it applies to everything. Just like English, if you speak English, applies to everything, and if you speak Spanish, Spanish applies to every subject. It's the backing of every subject. It's how you study every subject. It's how you think about every subject. It's how you describe every subject. It's how you communicate every subject. That's all math is in terms of like algebra. Geometry is about relationships between quantities, and which you can't have multiple quantities without an initial sum one to define quantity itself. Like, it's really philosophically deep stuff, actually. But I actually think that it's what makes it so tough is that we're trying to explain why we're so lost. And if you really wanted to make it simple, then you would just completely forget all the context that we've been taught. We would just be taught what is true, and then it wouldn't be complicated at all. It would be very intuitive. Either way, I'm off to a late supper. Hope you have a nice evening. Thank you. I'm off too. Good evening. We have been weird side conversations here, I think. Yeah, but I appreciate even you guys talking to each other. I think information is just as fundamental as filling, or in other words, qualia. I think that these terms are bad. I don't like the term qualia. But I would say information informs someone by definition. Anyways, with that, thank you, everybody. And thank you for putting up with a long stream.